Okay, now is the 9 a.m. in Korean time. Let's begin our conference, Academy 2023. I'm beginning the conference with the following welcome remark. Dear distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and students, I am very excited to co-host this year Academy Forum with the National University of Laos, the Lao Republic. The Academy Conference was first held in Vientiane, Laos 5 years ago, and then Vietnam and Korea, and online as well. This conference aims to promote academic exchange and collaboration between Korea and ASEAN and other countries. The countries are interacting nowadays more than ever, in spite of the so-called neo-protectionism throughout the world. Meanwhile, ESG issues have become a new buzzword to penetrate contemporary global village, which enable to maintain the open system beyond the neo-protectionism. The Academy Conference 2023 this year is being held under the subject ASEAN, ESG, International Business and Finance, of which you can review the meaning and the implication by going through more than 40 paper, actually 42 paper presentation at this invaluable conference. All the subjects of the presentation have been submitted with the author's own choice without any discretion of the conference organizer. As the organizer and the co-host, I do appreciate efforts and contribution of all the paper presenters and conference staff members, especially Ms. Yunjin Oh, wishing that all enjoy this conference. Have a really happy New Year 2024. Mungju Chang, SKK. Thank you. I just read my welcome remark. Now, following our schedule, we are jumping into the presentation session. To begin with, the SKKU's very talented young student. Okay. There are 6 presentations for about 3 hours. So each paper presentation will cover around 30 minutes or 25 minutes for presentation, followed by a 5 minutes Q&A session, if any. Okay. Now, let me introduce the first presenter, Min Kyung Kim. She is going to present. The topic is the ESG management of Sony and its analysis. Okay. Please welcome Min Kyung as a first presenter. Okay, please, you can share your screen.
Hello, can you see the screen?
So we can go
Okay,
ahead.
I'll begin the presentation.
Can you show your face?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, I am Min Kyung Kim, a student majoring in Korean language and literature at Sangkyungan University. Today, I'll be presenting on the ESG management of Sony, the multinational company in Japan. Let's begin the presentation. the Sony Group was ranked first in the 2020 list of the Sustainable 100, selected by the US Wall Street Journal. The WSJ publicly disclosed the top 100 sustainable management companies, evaluating a total of 5,500 companies worldwide in terms of human capital, business model and innovation, environment, and social capital. Sony ranked 7th in the business model and innovation category and 13th in the human capital category, scoring 78.8 out of 100 points, securing its position as a top company. The WSJ explained, Sony received particularly high evaluations in terms of raw material procurement and data security. Furthermore, since 2018, Sony has actively implemented measures to enhance sustainability under the goal of maintaining high profitability while creating social value. The company's chief sustainability officer, Kanbei stated that Sony has been actively pursuing sustainability with a focus on creating social value while maintaining high profitability while 2018. Sony, which had somewhat drifted away from the public and media's attention while losing its leadership to rival electronics companies, is now considered a representative company that transparently and effectively deals with social, political, and environmental issues through these changes, creating long-term value. In the 2021 Morgan Stanley Capital International ESG assessment, Sony obtained an outstanding grade in corporate behavior. Currently, Sony's ESG score evaluated by MSCI remains at the top 6%, reaching the AAA rating, indicating that it continues to maintain a high level. To understand the reasons behind Sony Group's high valuation in terms of ESG management, let's explore the summarized activities presented in Sony Group's Sustainability Management Report and their unique management philosophy. Since the 1970s, the Sony Group has been paying attention to environmental initiatives, initiating company-wide environmental conferences. In the early 1990s, specific environmental policies and goals were established. In 1995, the company received certification from the International Standardization Organization for the environmental management system for its first self-owned product, manufacturing. Sorry, I have to charge my notebook, so could you please wait for a second? Okay. Since the 1970s, the Sony Group has been paying attention to environmental initiatives, initiating company-wide environmental conferences. In the early 1990s, specific environmental policies and goals were established. In 1995, the company received certification from the International ISO for the environmental management system for its first self-owned product manufacturing facility in Japan. In July 2001, with the establishment of the Sony Green Partner standards, the company promoted a policy of collaborating with environmentally friendly product production and selecting suppliers with Green Partner qualifications. In 2002, Sony further detailed the qualifications for companies meeting the Sony Green Partner standards and introduced the Green Partner Environmental Quality Approval Program. The company established a series of regulations for the management of environmental harmful substances included in parts and materials, immediately discontinuing or reducing the use of environmentally harmful substances and specifying related products. Suppliers selected as Sony Green Partners must renew their Green Partner certification every 2 years to continue supplying to Sony. In 2006, the environmental management systems across various locations worldwide were integrated. In 2009, Sony achieved 100% renewable energy for its locations within Europe, with the aim of realizing a sustainable society by reducing the environmental impacts of Sony's products and business activities to 0% throughout their entire life cycle. The Road to Zero plan was established in 2010. According to this plan, the Sony Group set a goal to achieve a 0% environmental impact by the year 2050. In addition, in May 2022, Sony advanced the target year for achieving zero environmental impact in the fields of climate change to 2040, 10 years earlier. In 2015, Sony received approval for science-based carbon neutrality goals from the Science Based Targets Initiative. SBTI is an initiative created in collaboration with organizations such as the World Resources Institute, Carbon Disclosure Project, United Nations Global Compact, and World Wildlife Fund, aiming for greenhouse gas emission reduction based on scientific data. Companies or organizations that join SBTI are obligated to set and publicly disclose greenhouse gas reduction targets within 2 years. In 2018, Sony participated in the international corporate collaboration project called RE100, with the goal of replacing 100% of the electricity used by the company with renewable energy by the year 2050. Companies involved in the agreement commit to using only renewable energy or purchasing renewable energy certificates equivalent to the electricity they consume. Furthermore, the Sony Group has developed various products that contribute to addressing environmental issues. The environmentally friendly products of Sony are designed with consideration for the 3 Rs: reduce, reuse, and recycle. One of Sony's environmentally friendly products is the world's first AI companion robot, Aibo, which is packaged using felt material made from recycled PET bottles. In the case of Sony Xperia, original blend materials are used in individual packaging, including product boxes and trays. These materials are made from annual plants and recycled paper, serving as eco-friendly alternatives to plastic. This initiative is part of the Green Management 2025, which is GM 2025, launched in April 2021, which constitutes midterm environmental goals within the Road to Zero plan. The attempt to change packaging has brought design advantages, allowing Sony to convey a clean and eco-friendly message to consumers by replacing plastic and eliminating unnecessary elements. Another environmentally friendly strategy promoted by Sony is the use of surplus material. Surplus is a sulfur-based flame retardant that enables the use of up to 99% recycled material with less than 1% additive. Developed by Sony Corporation's Central Research Laboratory in 1995, this proprietary technology not only addresses the drawbacks of conventional materials, of which vulnerability is increased if added too much, but also ensures that surplus's strength and performance does not fall behind compared to the similar ones. In addition, Sony offers products such as trippers, an absorbent material that purifies water made from recycled rice bran. These efforts showcase Sony's commitment to sustainable practices and innovative solutions in addressing environmental challenges. Next, in the area of social activities, Sony recognizes its employees as the most crucial management resource for technological advancement. and sustained achievements. The company values and respects the uh, human rights and diversity of its employees, emphasizing the importance of fostering a corporate culture where the company and each employee stand on equal footing. In the line with this commitment, the optional working hour system, allowing employees to choose their working hours freely, was introduced in 1988. In 1990, systems such as parental leave and the option to choose working holidays were implemented. In 2018, the port system was introduced, primarily focusing on events initiated by employees, including lectures, study sessions, workshops, and brainstorming sessions. This system aims to nurture future talent and promote amity among employees. Additionally, these events are conducted both online through streaming and recording content. These initiatives reflect Sony's dedication to creating a work environment that values the well-being, individuality, and professional growth on its employees. Following the provisions outlined in the Sony Group Code of Conduct, Sony has actively pursued a human rights policy that respects the human rights of its directors and employees. The Sony Human Rights Committee was established in 1995, and 3 years later, counseling services related to human rights and equality were provided to all employees. In the 2000s, a greater emphasis on human rights management emerged, leading to the creation of the Electronic Industry Code of Conduct in 2004 within the international electronics industry. The EICC aimed to protect workers' rights and consider environmental and ethical factors in corporate management. Major electronics companies, including Sony, Samsung, LG Electronics, Microsoft, Intel, and HP, joined this initiative. In 2011, as a socially diverse atmosphere took shape, the Human Rights Committee's name was changed to the Diversity Committee, and policies focusing on diversity were implemented. In early October of 2023, Sony took a bold step by establishing the Sony Innovation Fund Africa, an investment fund for African entertainment. This initiative, driven not only by the recognition of growth potential, but also for the desire to preserve local African culture and provide opportunities for local startups to thrive, reflects a decision made with cultural diversity in mind. Under the slogan "For the Next Generation," Sony has been cognizant of various social issues and has sought to create sustainable value through participation in local community activities. The initial policy implemented by Sony in the realm of social contribution was the establishment of the Sony Fund in 1959. This fund was created to enhance science education in primary and secondary schools and continues to support progressive STEM education to this day. Under the banner of For the Next Generation, Sony Group utilizes products, content, technology, the power of its employees, and partnerships to engage in social contribution activities worldwide. In 1972, following this ethos, a scholarship foundation was established, and in 1984, an operation for a music education scholarship foundation was initiated. In 2020, during the COVID-19 pandemic, Sony operated an international relief fund and extended its commitment to talent development by launching the Curious Step with Sony education program for children around the world. In 2021, Sony formed partnerships with Save the Children and the Worldwide Fund for Nature to contribute donations towards disaster relief efforts worldwide. These initiatives exemplify Sony's commitment to making a positive impact on society and supporting the well-being and education of future generations. The Sony Group recognizes that corporate governance is a fundamental pillar for fulfilling corporate social responsibility and enhancing corporate value in the medium to long term. In the process of evolving its corporate governance for effective management, Sony has made various efforts such as diversifying business, expanding service areas, and diversifying funding methods. Two fundamental principles consistently underlie Sony's corporate governance restructuring. Firstly, maintaining a healthy and transparent governance structure is achieved through a board of directors, nominating committee, audit committee, and compensation committee, predominantly composed of independent external directors. The second principle is to have the board of directors decided on basic management policies and other critical matters while delegating responsibility to senior executives, granting decision-making authority within their respective areas of responsibility. As a result, Sony introduced the three-committee system in 2003, and since 2005, the majority of the board of directors have been composed of independent external directors. In summary, Sony has adopted a corporate system consisting of three committees in accordance with Japanese corporate regulations. It separates the functions of directors and management and maintains an appropriate size for the board of directors. Let's explore the management philosophy of Sony's co-founders, Masaru Ibuka and Akio Morita. The corporate ideology of Sony can be traced back to the founding purpose statement established by Masaru Ibuka in 1946. In the preamble, under the section Purpose of Establishment, which consists of a total of 8 items, the core essence can be found in the content of the first and second items. In summary, it is described as aiming to maximize the capabilities of serious engineers, construct an ideal factory that is free-spirited and pleasant, and engage in active activities in terms of technology and production for the reconstruction and cultural enhancement of Japan. The remaining items are also formulated with the intention of contributing to the improvement of people's lives through technological development and product commercialization. One distinct characteristic evident in Sony's management is its familial organizational culture. Akio Morita emphasized healthy relationships with employees and fostering a sense of family within the company. He expressed the idea of building teamwork among members of diverse nationalities to drive the growth of the company. In the current CEO Kazuo Hirai's message, we can also find content related to diversity. This can be seen as a continuation of Akio Morita's familial organizational culture, adapted to the global era, reflecting the determination to create an organization that aligns with the values of diversity. Another management philosophy championed by Akio Morita is the meritocracy within the organizational culture. Prioritizing skills over academic qualifications, Morita introduced the hire regardless of school name system in the early 1990s, establishing a principle of maintaining an order based on merit. This meritocratic organizational culture at Sony encouraged members to pursue self-development, motivating them to exhibit their utmost abilities. It laid the foundation for the development of various innovative products. And I conclude my presentation. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Min-kyung. It was the first presentation about the global Japanese corporation, Sony, which has been developing ESG policy for many years. Do you have any questions to comment on the presentation? May I ask you one question? Maybe simple or difficult. Do you see any trend or the major changes in ESG strategy or policy of Sony recent years? Because there are many things to adopt since many years ago. Do you see any specific change model? For instance, from 21st century, like that? Change your focus or something like that. hard question, maybe. I guess the Saudi has focused on the S side. For example, they are moving on to the E and G more than before. Is that true?
So the major change in 2020, 21st century
Yeah.
of Sony,
Yeah.
I think it seems like there has been a significant development, transformative efforts regarding the environment. Yeah, I think the environmental changes or took big environmental changes took a huge effect of Sony's policies.
I guess so too. The environmental issues is a relatively task for everyone. If there is no more question, let me move on to the second presentation. Okay, thank you, Bibiong, again.
Thank you.
Presentation about the SASB materiality concept for the two different corporations by the GS, who's also from Songyungan University. Please.
Can you hear me?
Paul and GA, please open your camera for everybody.
Okay.
See the face. Thank
Can
you.
Okay. Hello, we are Hong Gaeun, majoring in Russian language and literature in Songyungan University, and Kim Jie, majoring in English language and literature at Songyungan University. The topic for today's Karmi conference is comparison of two different corporations based on SASB materiality map. Here is the list of contents. The first chapter is on SASB and materiality map, and the second chapter is on materiality map in sustainability dimensions and general sustainability issues. And the third chapter is on corporation selections, and the fourth chapter is on corporation state of relevant issues. And the final chapter is analysis and views of relevant issues. The important chapter is the last. There is our opinion in the last chapter, so we would appreciate it if you could focus more on this part. First, I'm going to talk about SASB and materiality map. SASB is a non-profit organization established in 2011 to develop ways to assess the financial impact of sustainability and provide it to corporations and investors. Materiality map is a criterion for evaluating the materiality of a corporation suggested by SASB, and materiality refers to the criterion for determining whether to include a particular topic in a report. So therefore, each corporation selects important issues of the corporation's cover for the category by referring to the materiality map. And now I would like to hand over to Paul.
Then I would like to talk about what a materiality map is. Materiality map consists of 5 sustainability dimensions and 26 general sustainability issues. 5 sustainability dimensions are environment, social capital, human capital, business model and innovation, and finally, leadership and governance. General sustainability issues are divided into sustainability dimensions according to their association. The most important thing, I think, is relevant issue. Relevant issues are a selection of general issues which are regarded useful to investors. They vary in each industry and each subordinate industry. For example, as you can see in this screen, toys and sporting goods and appliance manufacturing belong to the same consumer goods industry, but they share different relevant issues. Like toys and sporting goods are relevant issues are product safety and quality, supply chain management, but appliance manufacturing's relevant issues are product safety and quality, product design and lifecycle management. Division of relevant and non-relevant issues enables investors to make reasonable decisions. And from now on, we are going to focus on 2 corporations based on SASB materiality map.
And now I'm going to talk about corporation selection. My corporation selection, I choose Nike, a corporation in apparel and accessories, footwear. In the Global Sustainable Management class I took last semester, I was able to confirm the OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises. The first is about encouraging positive contributions to economic, social, and environmental development by multinational enterprises. And the second is about minimizing and addressing difficulties that may arise in operating multinational enterprises. After that, I further searched the case of child labor exploitation of Nike, a representative multinational enterprise. And from then on, I became interested in the ethical management practice of Nike. Therefore, Nike was selected to find out whether Nike is pursuing sustainable management. Nike had a problem with child labor exploitation in the past. In 1996, American Life magazine reported an article titled 6 cents an hour. The article included a photo of a young boy sewing a soccer ball with the Nike logo, along with pointing out Nike's exploitation of children's labor in the Sialkot region of Pakistan. This article publicized Nike's child labor issue in the United States as well as in European society. However, Nike said that we are not responsible for the working environment of the factory that the headquarters does not own. And next, I'm going to talk about Nike's state of relevant issues. SASB suggested that Nike needs to have importance on 3 of its 26 general issues. The 3 relevant issues are product quality and safety, and supply chain management, and materials sourcing and efficiency. According to the Nike Impact Report, Nike is is keeping to three SASB sustainability categories of issues well. First, in terms of product quality and safety, the Nike restricted substances list is regularly updated on the website. This helps suppliers comply with Nike's regulatory requirements and restrictions on chemicals. So Nike is working to safely produce its products by selecting suppliers that comply. Second, in terms of supply chain management, engagement and well-being survey is conducted. And also Nike is trying to improve the working environment of female workers. Nike conducted the engagement and well-being survey on workers in 15 countries in the global supply chain. In addition, Nike recognized that 70% of the supply chain's workforce is women and is trying to ensure that female workers receive fair wages and treatment. Third, in terms of material sourcing and efficiency, Nike provides a Nike manufacturing map. Through this, it is possible to check the name and the location of each factory and the type of product produced. This means that the situation in the area where the finished product or material of the product is supplied is fully provided. And lastly, I'm going to talk about Nike, my analysis and views of relevant issues. I think Nike needs to try to practice a fair labor practices because in the past Nike was criticized for child labor exploitation. Nike's recent actions support my opinion that Nike needs to consider labor practice issues. 20 garment workers union in Southeast Asia filed a complaint with the OECD against Nike for unfair treatment on February 27, 2023, because Nike's cancellation of work orders caused workers or partner companies to be environmentally dismissed or their wages to be delayed. Through this, we can see that Nike has not yet taken active action on workers' human rights. So Nike needs to try to practice a fair labor practices. To practice fair labor practices, Nike needs to take time to raise awareness for the practice of children's rights. SK Group, a Korean company, can be a good example. SK Group thought it was necessary to raise awareness of the active practice of children's rights by companies. Accordingly, the forum was held in 2022 with UNICEF's Korean Commit. At this forum, SK Group learned the relationship between children's rights and ESG management and sought future task cases for the practice of children's rights in depth. For labor practices, companies must comply with labor standards such as child labor or forced labor. So accordingly, Nike has to be interested in the rights of children and gradually needs to practice the issue of fair labor practices that respect the rights of all supply chain workers. If so, I think Nike can become a company that values fair labor practices and more actively practices sustainable management.
Now I'm going to talk about Constellation's brand's ESG management based on SASB materiality map. For people who are not familiar with this brand, I like to introduce Constellation Brands briefly. Constellation Brands is a corporation in charge of production and marketing of beer, wine, and spirits. It is also famous for having brand licenses for Corona and Modelo. Mexican beer brand Corona made me choose this corporation. Last semester, in a global marketing course, I learned about Corona's episode. When Corona entered the North America beer market, it had been criticized because the amount of water in each bottle wasn't constant. However, Corona counterattacked it weakly, saying that having no strict rules for everything is our own leisure. From this episode, I was able to feel interested in Corona and feel like to examine the current ESG management of Corona and other brands and Constellation brands. According to SASB materiality map, Constellation brands has 6 relevant issues. And in this presentation, I will discuss 3 issues among 6 issues. And these are water and wastewater management, selling practice and product label, and product design and lifecycle management. First, I'm going to look at water and wastewater management. According to Asia Kyungjae, which is one of the leading newspapers in Korea, alcoholic beverages manufacturers must pay sharp attention to water deficit because water is an essential element in alcoholic beverage. As you can see in this slide, spirits is composed of 60% of water and beer is composed of 90% of water. Furthermore, the other essential elements of alcohol, such as grain and grapes, are also affected by the amount of water. In this sense, Constellation Brands proposes how to improve water efficiency. Now let's take a look at 2 actions to improve water efficiency in Constellation Brands. First, they introduced new regulations for surface water and groundwater in New Zealand. It was devised to protect water supplies for the winery as well as local communities. As a result, Selkas Winery, one of the wineries in New Zealand, is reported to utilize less than the large winery average of 1.9 liters of water per liter of wine. Next, Constellation Brands introduced new technology for irrigation. The new system is able to monitor soil moisture, which helps the system to put the right amount of the water at the right time. This new irrigation method led to results that minimized overwatering, excess runoff, and unnecessary depletion of source supply. Then I'd like to introduce selling practice and labeling issue. Since Constellation Brand is in charge of alcoholic beverage, indiscreet consumption of alcohol may cause negative externality. Therefore, alcoholic beverage corporations should manage their externality by marketing and educating for adequate consumption of alcohol. Regarding to marketing, Constellation Brands use specific data analysis service for legal drinking age. This data analysis result ensures that advertisement placements are targeted only for age-verified consumers, and this prevents minors from approaching alcohol advertisements. Also, Constellation Brands encourages responsible drinking by having seminars. It focuses on fact-based education, engagement programs, and policies for adequate drinking. Constellation Brands also partnered with Responsibility Organization and held a webinar whose topic is about alcohol responsibility. Lastly, I'd like to move on to product design and lifecycle management. The core of product design in alcoholic beverage industries is packaging. Alcohol products involve a large amount of packaging waste, such as plastic lids and labels, and this has significant damage to ecosystems. Thus, Constellation Brands devise eco-friendly packaging designs. First, they replaced plastic high-cone rings with recyclable paperboard. Plastic high-cone rings are used to bind cans into one pack. As you can see in this image, like this turtle image, plastic high-cone rings may injure marine creatures very significantly. So Constellation Brands devised new recyclable paperboard rings. And next case, since Constellation Brands is manufacturing wines, changes have been made also in wine products too. They reduced the weight of wine bottles, which leads to reducing approximately 875 tons of glass used per year, and changed existing corks and labels into recyclable and renewable ones. Last but not least, I'd like to talk about my analysis of current relevant issues of Constellation Brands. I think that alcoholic beverage industries should regard customer welfare issue as relevant issues too. Considering many releases of alcohol-free and zero-calorie alcoholic beverages, we can assume that customers' likings are changing rapidly. These days, customers place huge meaning on a well-being lifestyle, and that's why they are highly interested in healthy alcoholic beverages. Thus, I believe that a focus on nutrition and health Thus, I believe that a focus on nutrition and health is required in alcoholic beverage industries, just like customer welfare issues. Yes, and these are our citations. And that brings us to the end of our presentation. I hope our presentation was informative time to learn about SASB and materiality map, and also about ESG management of two corporations. And thank you for listening.
Okay, Cloud NGA made a very interesting, insightful presentation compare with corporation with the SASB standard. Audience, do you have any question or comment? Okay, then once again, let me ask you a question to both students. Basically, how do you feel about the SASB standard?
I think SASB standards are very useful to investors because, as I mentioned in my presentation, SASB materiality map is different for each industry. Like, they don't have same standard for they have like very different standards for each industry, and I think that make investor to decide more useful decision when they are investing. And yes, so I think SASB materiality is the most biggest plus point is they are customized based on industries and subordinate industries.
Yes, as Clown said, the SASB standard recognize the difference of the industry in their nature and distinguish what to do for ESG activities. ESG are the 5 different categories, so that can be very useful, not only for investors, but also for the ESG management, doing ESG activities in each and every group. And so far, I guess that's the only one standardized standard in global ESG initiative. It's a good idea to use the SASB standard to analyze the corporation IT and installation record. Thanks again for your presentation. Now, we are moving to the third presentation, which is the Korean corporation, Otugi. Otugi is a food company, very famous food company in Korea, presented by Chiun. Chiun, please welcome all.
Good morning, everyone. Before we commence, I would like to express my gratitude for the opportunity to present at this conference. It is
I
truly an
think
honor.
the columns and
I'm sorry.
remove the presentation material.
Oh.
Then Chiun can share her screen. Okay, thank you.
Can you see it properly?
Now, floor is yours.
Thank you. So allow me to introduce myself briefly. I am Sian Lee, and I'm a fourth-year student majoring in international trade at Sungkyunkwan University. Today, I'll be analyzing the ESG management strategy of the Korean company called Otugi. If you have any questions or thoughts during the presentation, please feel free to share. Before we delve into our discussion on Otugi's ESG management strategy, let's take a moment to acknowledge the prevailing trend where numerous companies are actively striving for ESG excellence. The global business landscape is witnessing a significant shift, with an increasing number of organizations recognizing the importance of sustainability, responsible practices, and ethical governance. Today, I will explore how Otugi is aligning with these trends and furthering its commitment to ESG principles. As we embark on this presentation journey to explore Otugi's ESG management strategy, it is crucial to first understand why Otugi has been chosen as my focal point. Since its establishment in 1969, Otugi has consistently captured the hearts of domestic consumers through the steady release of diverse products such as curry, cup rice, and instant rice. The foundation of these accomplishments lies significantly in the image of Otugi being perceived as a good company. The colloquial term gattugi, a combination of the English word God and the company name Otugi, attests to the positive reputation Otugi holds among domestic consumers. So curiosity about the underlying principles guiding Otugi's operation towards such success has naturally arisen. Motivated by this curiosity, I aim to analyze their management strategies and philosophy. Particularly in the current societal context where the importance of ESG management is emphasized, I have chosen to spotlight Otugi, a leading domestic company. So I intend to delve into the background of Otugi's reputation as a good company, align it with their ESG management strategy, and closely examine the distinctive policies they have implemented. So let me provide you with a brief introduction to Otugi, a South Korean food company founded in 1969. Otugi is recognized for manufacturing and distributing a wide range of food products, both domestically and internationally. Its main product categories include dried foods such as curry and retort, and sauces like mayonnaise and ketchup, as well as noodle products like ramen or guksu. Under the guiding principle of contributing to the improvement of human dietary habits for a happier world, Otugi's core objective is to create high-quality food products. As of 2023, the company has achieved a revenue of 3,183 trillion with a net profit of 278.5 billion. In the realm of ESG management, Uttugi is actively implementing its long-term business plan called Rework Uttugi, spanning over a 50-year period. This initiative focuses on 51 key tasks within areas like better quality, higher nutrition, advanced food products, and healthy governance structure. The company is committed to fulfilling these tasks to contribute to a more sustainable and responsible business environment. Now, let's delve into the history of how Uttugi has embraced and pursued the concept of sustainable management. In 2011, Uttugi took a significant step by publicly releasing its first environmental report, incorporating the keyword of environmental protection into its business activities. With the concept of sustainable management gaining prominence, many companies began to activate TFT operations related to ESG management. In 2017, Uttugi initiated the operation of Sustainable TFT, represented as STFT, which has now been rebranded as ESG TFT. Detailed information on this framework will be explained in the following slide. And starting in 2019, Uttugi expanded its commitment beyond the environmental realm, including social and governance aspects. By publishing a comprehensive sustainable management report, the company actively practices ESG management activities. While ESG policies began to take concrete shape from 2022 onwards, Uttugi established a sustainability growth strategy called Rework Uttugi. This 50-year plan outlines the long-term direction based on corporate goals, management philosophy, and business strategies. Now, let me elaborate on the ESG TFT and its framework at Uttugi, as mentioned earlier. The company has taken a systemic approach to ESG management by establishing a separate ESG board and task force under the board of directors. The ESG TFT consists of 15 members annually, including the CEO as the chairperson. So the CEO personally chairs the TFT, highlighting the Uttugi's commitment to activating sustainable and ESG management within the company. The decision-making authority of executives actively participating in the TFT is crucial for the realistic implementation of ESG management practices within corporate activities. The fact that the CEO holds the chairmanship in the TFT underscores the Uttugi's dedication to prioritizing and focusing on ESG management. The topics of activities, as outlined in the presentation, will be explained in more detail later in the slides. This strategic approach demonstrates Uttugi's genuine interest and commitment to ESG management. Now, let's turn our attention to a crucial aspect, the materiality assessment. And this assessment is particularly significant as it allows us to understand the issues that the company considers most important for sustainable management. Uttugi conducts a comprehensive four-step process to assess materiality. Initially, the company reviews the existing 28 issue pool based on Uttugi's concerns and aligns it with global reporting standards such as GRI, resulting in a finalized list of 22 sustainable management issues. Following this, a survey is conducted among internal and external stakeholders to prioritize the importance of these issues. The identified ESG issues are then evaluated for their dual materiality based on the concept of influence by the ESG committee and executives. So through this process, 6 core themes are selected, reflecting the most crucial issues for Uttugi and its pursuit of sustainable management. This year, Uttugi has identified 6 core themes that focuses on sustainable management, and the themes are sustainable packaging, responsible sourcing, food safety and quality, and climate change response, health nutrition, and human rights management. These themes underscore Utugi's commitment to addressing crucial aspects of sustainability, reflecting the company's dedication to responsible and ethical business practices. And now, I will show you the Utugi's key strategies and achievements in the environmental domain, segmented into 3 areas. Firstly, in the area of biopet packaging, starting from 2023, Utugi has implemented biopet material in the packaging of 10 types of sauce products, including meat sauces and 3 types of dressings. Biopet is a material derived from sources like sugarcane and corn, incorporating 30% plant-based raw materials. So compared to traditional petroleum-based PET, BioPET reduces carbon dioxide emissions by approximately 20%, and it is 100% recyclable. Next one is the adoption of flexo printing method for packaging. Since June 2022, Utugi has been using the flexo printing method for individual packaging of products like 진라면 and ketchup, mayonnaise, and the others. Flexo printing utilizing environmentally friendly water-based ink helps reduce ink consumption by more than 30% compared to conventional methods. This leads to an average 50% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, contributing to carbon neutrality. And lastly, Utugi participated in the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Facility Support Project by the Korean Environmental Corporation in 2022. The company installed a large-scale solar power generation facility on the rooftop of its factory building, anticipating a significant reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. These initiatives underscore Utugi's commitment to environmentally sustainable practices. In the upcoming sections, we will delve into Utugi's strategies and achievements in other ESG domains. Moving on to Utugi's achievements in the social domain, firstly, under the initiative of expanding Braille markings for the advancement of disabled rights, Utugi introduced Braille markings on cup ramen containers. This step enhances information accessibility and convenience for visually impaired individuals, allowing them to easily comprehend details such as capacity and cooking instructions. Secondly, with a focus on expanding employment for disabled workers. Utugi established Utugi Friends in November 2020 through a partnership with the Korea Employment Agency for the Disabled. Utugi Friends, a subsidiary created to foster an inclusive working environment, is dedicated to providing quality employment opportunities for disabled individuals. The goal is to expand employment, enabling disabled individuals to lead independent lives. Thirdly, in the realm of supporting livelihoods of farm households, Utugi continues its efforts to promote domestic agricultural consumption. The company engages in ongoing activities where raw materials supplied by local farms are transformed into products. In 2022, Utugi released Jeju 또또 ramen, a product featuring the recipe of the popular Jeju restaurant 그막 또또 ramen. The ingredients for this ramen are sourced directly from farms in Jeju, contributing the sustainability of local agriculture. So these initiatives exemplify Utugi's commitment to social responsibility and inclusion. In the area of governance, Utugi has achieved notable results, emphasizing transparency and independence within its board structure. Among the 7 board members, 4 are external directors selected for their independence, expertise, and diversity. The company is committed to appointing directors who possess both independence and professionalism. Additionally, for protecting shareholders' rights, Uttugi introduced electronic voting system starting from the 2021 shareholders meeting. This initiative allows shareholders to exercise their voting rights conveniently through electronic means, even without attending the physical meeting. Lastly, Uttugi actively promotes ethical management. To settle ethical standards within the company, Uttugi operates a reporting system that allows employees to report an unethical behavior. Employees can use the Cyber Reporting Center on internal portal to report issues such as grievances, harassment, and such thing related to unethical conduct. Violations are addressed through the disciplinary committee, and in 2022, one case resulted in disciplinary action, including dismissal. Next, let's turn our attention to the ESG management evaluation, considering the importance of environmentally friendly practices and sustainable management within the food industry, particularly for companies heavily reliant on natural ingredients such as agriculture and marine products. In this context, it is crucial to highlight the ESG management evaluations of major ramen companies in Korea, including Otugi, Samyang and Dongsim. As per the 2023 KCGS ESG evaluation and rating announcement by the Korea Corporate Governance Service, Dongsim received an overall rating of B+, with individual ratings of A for the environmental sector, A for the social sector, and B for governance. Utsugi, on the other hand, received an overall rating of B+, with individual ratings of B+ for the environmental, A for the social, and B+ for governance sector. Samyang Food achieved the highest score among the three, receiving an overall rating of A, with individual ratings of A for the environment, A+ for the social, and A for the governance sector. This year, companies have shown a 27% improvement in their overall ESG scores compared to the previous year, with a significant enhancement in performance disclosure. This suggests that the company's efforts to improve sustainability management and reporting system have played a major role in this positive trend. And while Uttuki received a somewhat disappointing overall grade of C in last year's KCGS ESG evaluation and rating announcement, the company has made significant strides in the current year. Positive evaluations for achievements in areas such as environmentally friendly packaging changes and improvements in corporate governance have contributed to an overall upgrade in ratings. In the 2023 KCGS ESG evaluation and rating announcement, Uttugi has seen improvements across all sectors, resulting in an overall grade of B+. And this improvement underscores Uttugi's commitment to enhancing its ESG initiatives and aligning with best practices. Now, I will provide an overall personal assessment of Uttugi as a company venturing into ESG management and discuss the directions and strategies the company should consider moving forward. As we have observed, Uttugi has demonstrated various accomplishments in the environmental, social, and governance domains. Particularly noteworthy is the emphasis on ethical management and transparency within the governance aspects, which not only enhances the company's reputation but also serves as a valuable marketing tool, portraying Otugi as a good company in the eyes of consumers. To successfully execute CSR in ESG activities for building a competitive edge, executive engagement and commitment are paramount. In this regard, the active participation of high-ranking executives in Uttugi's ESG TFT activities is a positive aspect. Looking ahead, for Uttugi to continue its vibrant ESG management and practice good company marketing, the company should focus on creative strategies that go beyond the publicly known ideas. Pursuing initiatives that generate social value based on inventive ideas will be crucial for the company's sustained success in ESG management. Thank you for listening. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Very 쉬운 데이터 presentation 우두기 competing against Samyang and Longxin in the noodle market. Udugi is well known for its social contribution, including heart surgery, which has been done more than 1,000 times over decades. Any question from audience or below? Then, Jiun, let me ask you a question. Why do you think Otugi has been focusing on the social contribution, including the handicapped people, the hiring the physically impaired, and taking care of the handicapped people reading in their labeling or something like that? Why do you think the company has focused on the social side more than environmental? Any idea? Any historical background or the personal background of the time?
I think it's because of the company's marketing strategy, because the company is known for its reputation as a good company in domestic consumers. So Otugi is trying to give more focuses on the social sides more than the environmental sides, because the domestic consumers are more concerned about the social domain. Thank you.
Strategic marketing perspective, Otugi is concentrate in the social side. They might be. You like Otugi ramen?
Yes.
I do too. Okay, let's move to the fourth presentation. TJ and Songyu for Intel and Samsung comparison. Two gentlemen can show their screen before presentation. Who is yours?
So is this working right now? Okay, so first of all, I apologize for the video quality because I'm not currently in Korea. So I will start the presentation. So we analyzed about Samsung Electronics and Intel, which are two basic, one of the most representative tech companies. And we compared these two businesses in ESG wise. So these are the table of contents. We're first going to analyze Samsung Electronics, and then we're going to talk about Intel. And then at the last, we're going to compare these two companies in environmental wise and social and governance wise. Okay, so first of all, we'll start with Samsung. For a brief company introduction, Samsung Electronics is South Korea's leading global electronics company with key businesses areas including digital media and devices, semiconductors, displays, and more. Approximately 20% of the global smartphone market is, alongside with Apple, is in Samsung, which is a which is a top rank in semiconductor manufacturers. So the purposes of this ESG would be having a carbon neutrality in the sector by 2030, and also in 2050, which means they're having a multiple steps in order to have carbon neutrality. And not only that, they're trying to have minimize carbon emissions and maximize resource circulation. The detailed information will be introduced in the further part of the presentation. And not only that, they have made a lot of, they were in part of Asian Clean Energy Union and Semiconductor Climate Consortium, which are basic organizations to help with ESG purposes of environmental wise. And they also announced a global human rights principles in accordance with UN corporate and human rights guidelines, which also proves that they care about human rights, and this includes their workers. So you can see on the right that there's many ESG ranks. A lot of institutions related with ESG has ranked Samsung in a positive way. And it's not only the Korean ESG institutes, but also the worldwide, such as United Kingdom, Dow Jones Sustainability Indices, and global climate change, getting a rated B from Global Climate Change Project Rating, and in another United Kingdom nonprofit, CDP. So moving on to the global network, Samsung Electronics is a multinational business, so they have a lot of businesses all around the world. They have 232 production bases, sales bases, and all the centers in the world. And the point of this global network is that they are trying to have global business expansion and the production and supply chain efficiency. In order to sell products all around the world, they have been allocated all those centers or factories all around the world so that they can have a worldwide network system. And for the partner evaluation item, they are requiring a quality competitiveness assessment, site inspections of many facilities including RBA standards, and they also care about labor rights because they don't want their employees or workers to be going against the human rights. So they talk about forced or child work and keeping the working hours with the RBA standard as well. And they care about partnership, which they only register companies that has eco partner certification. And for the financial status, they evaluate partners' credit rating and financial position using external specialized institutions. And for the DEI principles, the DEI is basically a principle for diversity and equity and inclusion. So they respect individual characteristics with freedom of expression, and they have the separate system called DEI office, which is to have programs of improving DEI levels. So for the business sustainability, they focuses mainly on 4 areas: mobile, TV and audio, electronics, and semiconductor. For the business sustainability, they enhance energy efficiency through the development of environmentally friendly materials and process of recycling waste. So they also reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the semiconductor manufacturing process because most of the carbons that Samsung is producing is through manufacturing semiconductors. So their focus is on reducing carbon emission in that part of the factories. And the main projects to have business sustainability is enhancing accessibility for individuals with impairments. People who have low vision. Low vision would be having the Illumina mode, or people who can't who are colorblind would be having the see color mode, And there's also sign languages and auditory assistance for people who have disabilities. And for the recycled materials, they do collaboration with partner companies. For example, the recent phone Galaxy S23 has recycled materials with 80% recycled materials for the glass and 20% of the internal cover. And for the energy efficiency, they talk about they certify carbon footprint in order to launch an air conditioner or washing machines that has high energy efficiency. For the environmental business strategy, they talk about carbon neutrality by 2050 by 2050 that I talked about, and they talk about four main ways to reduce any emissions. First is about scope one, reducing direct emission, which is the ones that they directly create, and they talk about technology with gas treatment efficiency in semiconductor, which they have the goal of 100% of eco-friendly vehicles by 2027. And also they try to reduce indirect emissions, which is also called scope 2. They are in part of the global initiative RE100 to reduce carbon indirect emissions, with a goal to transition of 100% of its energy consumptions to renewable energy by 2050. Not only that, they talk about maximizing resource circulations through recycled resins. And they talk about their environmental challenges through innovation, for example, using carbon capture, which is only filtering the carbon, and utilization technology to solve carbon emission problem, and using filters or air purification systems for not only detecting, but also analyzing so that they can make up a better technology in the future. Next, it talks about climate actions and eco-friendly technology. So they're trying to deal with the problem of climate change, which is a worldwide problem that is one of the biggest and controversial environmental problem. So they talk about greenhouse gas management system, which is analyzing generated greenhouse gas data to integrate and manage emissions. And not only that, they talk about climate change risks, and they analyze these risks so that they can have a proper response strategies. And they have the RCS installation, which is a high capacity integrated treatment facility where they can process gases being to the sole user in the industry. And for these projects, Samsung has various eco-friendly technology projects. The first is process gas reduction, which is implementing POU scrubber in China to directly reduce process gases. And not only that, they have a lot of plants and a lot of production in Gyeonggi, Hwaseong, and Pyeongchang, which are all POU facilities are placed. And they're operating a C Lab eco-friendly projects, going through creative ideas internally, resulting in projects like Galaxy Upcycling and Eco Package. And they also talk about many other programs such as product recycling program. They have recycling centers and collaborate with recycling companies. And they talk about social responsibility as well. And they mainly talk about human rights policies. So labor rights is really important in modern company because after the first industrialization, they've noticed that welfare against workers is quite important in an efficiency wise and also the human rights. So they talk about human rights policies for labor rights, including victim relief, transparent disclosure, stakeholder communication, and governance. They have announced a global human rights principles, which talks about UN guiding principle on business and human rights in 2023. They talk about human rights violations for those affected by global business operations and provide effective remedies in case of harm. And moving on, they talk about capacity enhancement, platform establishment, which is they do a annual human rights education for employees to ensure that people would know about their rights and practice human rights respect. They have the proper shop called Human Rights Education Management Workshop, which they talk about like help officials acquire the capacity to provide human rights education. And moving on, they talk about stakeholder communication, which is an evaluating working conditions in order to keep workers to be in a good condition. Which I've mentioned many workshops about employees employing migrant workers, and this is not only within Korea, but it is a worldwide thing. So they have agreements with worldwide labor unions and labor management councils. And for example, there's a Vietnam stakeholder forum, which to promote industrial development, human rights respect, and gender equality activities in Vietnam. Not only in Vietnam, they have a lot in Korea. For example, Gyeonggi, Hwaseong, Pyeongchang, they have a community communication council so that the workers there can get outright treatment about their human rights. In the security-wise, they have a site safety management system called ISO 45001 certificate. They have the certification for all manufactured facilities, and which they talk about to ensure all employees can perform safe management tasks with accident prevention and response processes so that the accidents will be minimized. And even though there are accidents, they can rightly respond to such accidents so that there wouldn't cause a bigger any issues. And they talk about identifying potential risks so that those risks can be minimized, and the workers will be in a better safe situation. And there's a lot of ways that Samsung is trying to strengthen those safety capabilities. They go through collaborations with other specialized institutes for traffic accident prevention and comprehensive diagnosis of traffic safety. And there's a lot of campaigns, for example, 5 safety rules, which Samsung talks about pedestrian vehicle, bicycles, those 3 major areas for a safe workplace. And not only that, they talk about fostering a risk assessment specialist who will specify with analyzing the risks of the employees. They have fostered over 3,000 specialists until 2022. And they talk about in-house safety culture, which is basically talking about preventing major accidents and supervising under Ministry of Employment. For demand management, they talk about cultivating skilled workers. They have external gender programs in order to keep the career development. They support domestic and international master's programs in business, and they talk about for regular bachelor's degree problem in facility infrastructure, so that in their facility there will be a lot of skilled workers, resulting in helping Samsung in a positive way. And they have implementations of regional expert system to support learning local languages and culture for the first 1 or 2 years in accordance to global trends. You can see on the map that there's a lot of working centers within Korea. And not only in Korea, they are locating them worldwide. Also, for men management, they talk about enhancing women workforce. So the main issue about workforce these days is about gender equality. And they talk about shortening working hours during pregnancy beyond the legal requirements, which means that compared to the legal requirements, they're giving more more shortening working hours during pregnancy. Not only that, but also spouse maternity leave and infertility. They expand the presence of female leaders, increasing the proportion of female executive from 2.4% to 6.9% within 10 years. And they have the system called the Next Generation Women Leaders Workshop that is basically fostering competent female executives. Not only for the women workforce, they also make supports for employees with disabilities. They specialize for tasks for disabled individuals, and they establish convenience facilities for disabled so that the workers who have disabilities can easily go to their workplace and then do their job. And they engage in indirect employment creation, which means that even though they don't technically hire the people with disabilities, they do a partnership with companies who are supporting people with disabilities, indirectly helping those people who have disabilities. And lastly, for business ethics, they talk about compliance and ethic management principles, which are basically for legal management, they have created a corporate compliance management system, and they established management principle based on the legally and ethics to uphold ethics from employees to external stakeholders. So there are many programs that Samsung is trying to create for the ethics, and there's a lot of education programs conducted emphasizing the importance of ethical management and implementing anti-corruption education. They also conduct a corruption risks review process and introduce an evaluation and reward systems to enhance a culture of compliance. And moving on, our next presenter will talk about the Intel analysis.
Hello, my name is Chun Song-gyu, and I'm a Global Business Administration student. And I'll further discuss upon the Intel ESG aspect. So first, by discussing the company summary, Intel was founded in 1968 as a semiconductor producer, and it mainly supplies computer and network-related parts to the global market. And it is responsible for having 70.77 shares of CPUs and is second place after Samsung in semiconductor production. So the major ESG goals for Intel for 2030 is about 10% decrease in greenhouse gas emissions and an overall net zero emission for 2040. Also, it targets to have more than 1,500 women and socially disadvantaged employees, and 2 times more women in higher managerial roles. Third, it has to aim for $2 billion in annual spendings with diverse global suppliers by 2030, and 100% renewable energy production line. So as similar to Samsung, Intel has various ESG ratings, which are rated positively over the global scope, with the most famous MSCI ratings of being AA, and having overall grade A for both investment side and the Dow Jones Sustainability Indexes as well. So moving on to the business perspectives of Intel. So the CEO focuses basically mostly on the sustainable supply chain computing, where it aims to have net zero greenhouse gas emissions over the supply chain. It basically targets to have a very sustainable data center processor with its new 4th generation Intel Xeon processor. And as mentioned before, it tries to increase to about $2 billion on spending with diverse suppliers. And also it tries to leverage AI from the supply chain to have 96% success rate for catching fake videos using fake caption. Also, the CPO focus, which is the Chief People's Officer focus, is on global participation, STEM talent cultivation, supply chain diversity, and energy conservation. Intel has 4 main beliefs, which are sustainable and long-term demand, Moore's law maintenance, and diversity not limited to geography, and strengthening an open ecosystem. So basically with Moore's law, it's a law that was presented by the co-founder of Intel, Gordon Moore, and it is basically a theory where by every 2 months, the efficiency of semiconductors increases by double. And it tries to keep up with this law by aiming to supply 1,000 transistors through packaging to 1 trillion transistors by 2030. So the main accomplishments for the past year for Intel is its next-gen Eurochip ecosystem with 170 billion euro German mega semiconductor facilities and dollars spent into the Euro-German mega semiconductor facilities and the French R&D hub. Second, a very big triumph was the US Chip and Service Science Act, where about $52 billion were provided for the semiconductor and R&D investments. And it has now announced there will be a 25% tax exemption for semiconductor-related investments. And also for the IDM 2.0 strategy, basically Intel designs and produces its own semiconductors. So increasing its investments for plus about $20 billion in Arizona and a further $20 billion in Ohio, as well as having plans to invest more than 80 billion euros in the EU. It aims to increase its efficiency and size of its economy for the next 10 years. Also, Intel, as similar to Samsung, has an inclusive work environment and aims to increase its women and disabled workers ratio. Also, it spends a lot of time on humanitarian aid perspectives, with a total sum of 1 million hours of volunteer education received by each employee. And finally, Intel values these core 7 values, which are customers first, fearless innovation, results driven, One Intel, inclusion, quality, and integrity, which is basically summed up in a strategy which Intel calls RISE, which stands for responsible, inclusion, and sustainable, and enable. Intel basically covers these the RISE strategy in terms of the ESG standards. So before elaborating on the ESG side, I want to talk about the guidelines that Intel has used in order to report the ESG initiatives. So they have based their report on the Global Reporting Initiative standards, the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board, the TCFD, and the UN Global Compact. And it also aims to align with the UN sustainability goals and uses a general accepted accounting principles. So in terms of the TCFD framework and the SASB framework, there are a lot, but the most important features disclosed in the report are the government's strategy, risk management, and targets. And it further outlines on what they have disclosed the information on, and it tries to be as transparent as possible. So moving on to the environment side. So first, it has an environmental management strategy. So Intel's goal is to achieve a carbon neutral computing to solve climate change, and its final goal is to achieve net zero scope 1 and 2 greenhouse gas emissions by 2040. In 2022, Intel invested in a project that will save an additional of 160 million kilowatts per hour of electricity. And up to this date, it has a cumulative total of approximately 970 million kilowatts per hour of energy which has been saved. So Intel has participated in a semiconductor climate consortium. So basically, Intel itself does not have the resources, or it's very hard to solve this climate situation by itself. So it participated into a semiconductor climate consortium, which basically tries to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And the most important feature they tried to use in order to reduce this greenhouse gas emission was to switch from air cargo to sea cargo, which basically showed a promising result of 95% reduction in the greenhouse emissions in 2022. Also, Intel has been certified by ISO, which is the International Standardization Organization, where it has gained the registration of the ISO 14001 for 10 years, which is basically a sustainable environment management system, and also a ISO 50001, which is an energy management standard, which basically shows that Intel has spent a lot of time into trying to maximize the efficiency for both the environmental side and the energy management side. Also, a promising factor that Intel outlines in the current year's CSR report is basically they try to achieve a LEED green building certification, which they built 18.85 million square feet of space that match the restrictions and the standards of the LEED green construction guidelines. So moving on to the climate and renewable energy. So on the first graph, you can see that there's a gradual increase in the emissions on the scope 1 and 2, which is a gradual increase in the conservation of the emissions. So for the 2030 and 2040 goals, Intel is trying to reduce approximately 130,000 metric tons of CO2 and effectively reach net zero by 2040. And in terms of renewable electric energy, unlike most companies, Intel produces most of its products in its own production facilities, so it's easier for Intel to actually alter and try to change its manufacturing footprint in its supply chain. And they try to do this by using 110 alternative renewable energy installations in its campuses, which has effectively achieved 970 million kilowatts of power conservation, and it aims to target a cumulative of 4 billion kilowatts per hour of electricity saved by 2030. On the final graph on the right side, you can see that the renewable energy percentage used by Intel is increasing gradually over the current 5 years. Next, moving on to the circular economy and green technologies. Intel has a very innovative water conservation and restoration project, whereby they try to decrease the use of fresh water by 23%. And they did this through various projects, including one which stands out as the first restoration project in Mexico called the Quilimo Precision Agriculture Project, where they try to use AI and site-specific data to develop customized irrigation and scheduling for a variety of high-value crops. Also, Intel has a very innovative method in waste upcycling and eco-friendly packaging. So Intel is continuously looking for ways to recover material and recycle its resources. And in 2022, they have upcycled about 60% of its manufacturing waste, which accounts for about 112,000 tons. And for eco-friendly packaging, for 2024, they have two main sustainable packaging goals. The first being having more than 95% of materials used in the new product packaging designs having to be recycled or reusable. And they have exceeded this target at 96% at the end of 2022. And the second goal was 100% of virgin wood fiber used in the corrugated packaging of current and new Intel designs. And also on the right for the graphs, they have gradually decreased the total waste generation. And moving on to the social responsibility side of the ESG, Intel focused highly on the human rights. So Intel's global human rights principles, policies, and integrated approach to respecting human rights are included in the UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the UDHR, and the OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises. Also, as mentioned from the CEO's focus, Intel has a very high attention to the supply chain human rights. Since it's a multinational company, it tries to audit a lot of its supply chain human rights. And so in 2022, they audited approximately 270 um, producers. And it continues to pressure suppliers to comply with the RBA code of conduct, including giving workers 1 day off each and making all overtime voluntary. And so basically, according to the UDHR, they have approximately satisfied all the criteria as seen on the criteria on the right. And moving on, so in terms of health and safety, talent management, and supply chain diversification, for health and safety measures, Intel has maintained, as mentioned, the ISO 14001 and ISO 45001 standards. And it basically tries to implement the company's safety awareness and has completed 94% of training for the total workforce, and has implemented a virtual Intel program which tries to cultivate a healthier environment for the Intel workers by using the ExoFit app, which was launched in 2022. Intel also provides various mental health programs. It basically tries to culture an acceptance of employees to feel supported and remove barriers to make it easier for employees and their families to access the care. For the talent management, they try to increase diversity by ensuring that Black people accounted for 30% of senior positions and directors and executives by 2023. Also, it has a very wide range of programs for the LGBT community. The community name for the LGBT is the Intel Pride, and they have recently launched a included health program which tries to navigate, has a comprehensive care navigation platform for this community. And also it tries to increase its proportion of disabled by 10% of the workforce by 2030. And finally, for the supply chain diversity, Intel aims and also met the goal to increase global annual spending to $2 billion with diverse suppliers. And they met two goals set for 2023, which were first, spending $250 million annually with Black-owned suppliers in the US. And second, $800 million spent annually with minority-owned suppliers globally. They also had a feat of achieving a third of its goal of spending by $500 million annually with women-owned suppliers outside of US. Yeah. And finally, for the community development, Intel spends a lot of its time in donations and humanitarian aid. So basically, the cumulative sum of employees spent about 1.01 million hours in volunteering, and it has invested in approximately $1 billion for the technology initiative, where it has 335 projects in over 33 countries covering health and life sciences, education, economic recovery, social equity, and human rights, accessibility, and sustainability. It also has a $793 million investments in a program with the STEM initiatives, and also granted $4.65 million in support for STEM experiences for middle school girls and families. In the humanitarian aid side, Intel Foundation has approximately donated $2.6 million across 8 countries. And looking at the foundation, they spent mostly on the higher education side and the community and civic organizations. Also, the UN tries to align the UN Sustainability Development Goals with its RISE strategy, where they try to implement over 12 different sustainability goals, as seen in the brief picture on the bottom. And finally, moving to the government side. So Intel has a unique ESG framework hierarchy, where they have a separate board of directors with the ESG executive steering committee, where they basically overview the ESG production. It also has a separate RISE strategy management review committee and a subcommittees of ESG working groups. So basically, they have a strong and strict ethical management system where the CEO emphasizes the importance of compliance with the ethical and legal rules, which is basically emphasized from the top, from the tone from the top goal, where it's concerned with various channels, including anonymous reporting, and they ensure the transparency through trying to provoke a very open workspace. So four of the few major aspects of these reporting system was that they have little or no direct contribution to political foundations, and they have a very open reporting system in terms of lobbying costs. And also they have a that's basically it. And before moving on to the comparison, I wanted to talk about the stakeholder materiality analysis. So Intel values transparency and encourages to develop trustworthy relationships within all stakeholders. And they have basically given out the main points for the important issues of stakeholders, which can be seen on the dot points on the left, which include corporate social responsibility and social media channels, ESG investor outreach meetings, community advisory groups and survey results, and it continues on. And on the right, we can see the ESG materiality matrix, where the x-axis is basically the internal importance, where it's basically the importance of the business, and the y-axis is the perceived importance from the stakeholders. And as you can be seen from the right-hand side, mostly the environmental and social side of ESG was viewed important for both the company and stakeholder-wise. And the most important four were the climate and energy, human rights, supply chain responsibility, and finally, water stewardship. Thank you.
Okay, so moving on, we're going to talk about the comparison of these two companies. So first, we're going to talk about, since it's an ESG report, we're going to talk about first environmental wise, then social and governance. So first, on the environmental wise, they have similarities and differences. Samsung Electronics aims to achieve 100% of renewable energy transitions by 2050. And on the other hand, Intel has the goal of transitioning 100% renewable energy usage by 2030 and achieving net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2040, which means that both companies are focusing on trying to change their energy into renewable energy. And they are both a part of a REO 100, which is a institutions that talk about reducing carbon emission, and which in order to work on those goals, they are both part of this system. And they also have a common part of water pollution prevention system. Both companies shares a common point in preparing wastewater treatment facilities. Samsung Electronics installs a triple barrier system, and community sewage facilities. On the other hand, Intel prevents water pollution through water treatment facilities using nanofiltering technology. And you can see on the differences is more about carbon neutrality goals. Samsung Electronics aims to reduce emissions by over 50% compared to 2018 levels by 2030 and achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. On the other hand, Intel is trying to accelerate more on the goal, aiming to achieve carbon neutrality until 2040. And there's also a bit of a differences in partnerships for environmental responsibility. Samsung Electronics participates on UN Global Compact and Carbon Disclosure Project, while Intel, on the other hand, engaged with Responsible Business Alliance and any other similar initiatives. And the methods of minimizing environmental impact is different by those two companies. Samsung Electronics evaluates environment throughout the product life cycle and operates a environmental management system by developing products certified with eco-label. But Intel minimizes environmental impact through activities such as using recyclable packaging, improving raw material efficiency, and managing the raw material supply chain.
So looking
And
at
our
this,
next presenter will talk about social and government rights.
I will discuss upon the social and governance similarities and differences for Samsung and Intel. So first for social side, Samsung and Intel both adhere to the RBA guidelines, which stands for the Responsible Business Alliance guideline regarding mechanisms to stop forced labor, with Samsung having employees educated on the UN's IOM program and Intel with its own education system. Samsung's human rights governance structure and Intel's ESG governance structure also has very similarities. And second, in terms of work safety and health, both Samsung and Intel have international standards for manufacturing sites, which is the ISO 45001. And finally, they both have minority human rights. So Samsung has efforts to strengthen women's capabilities and increase the number of executives with disabilities. And also from the Intel's RISE strategy, they have similar goals. However, on the other hand, with differences in terms of varying perspectives on human rights. So Samsung and Intel both being multinational companies have varying programs to deal with human rights issues overseas. Samsung creates space for communication and demands that the executives understand and respect their rights. Intel also values communication, but its supply chain, especially supplies in low-tier or risky areas, is thoroughly audited, making it very sensitive to the impact business decision making. And second, they have different views in talent management. So for Samsung, the training programs are for employees and executives, and they place more importance on the internal talent and professionalism. While on the other hand, Intel highly values external talent, where they invest in students through various STEM programs and projects to overly increase the digital readiness. Also, they have various different communities. So for Samsung, they have the employee resource group, which is similar to Intel, but Intel has a care navigation platform for the LGBT, which stands out from Samsung. And finally, for the government side, they have similarities for the evaluation system and training. So Samsung and Intel has a very deep ethics, and they have thoughts on topics such as anti-corruption, import-export compliance, insider trading, and conflict of interest and antitrust regulations. So Intel uses a tone from the top anonymous reporting system, and Samsung has established a thorough reporting system and training on appointment guidelines in the CPNS. So both company has similar governance structures, with Samsung having a Sustainability Management Council and Intel having an ESG Executive Steering Committee. But on the other hand, they have differences, including lobbying. So the structure of governance by Samsung compliance management and Intel's code of conduct is almost the same, but Intel's lobbying activities are indicated in the ESG report, while Samsung does not indicate their lobbying intentions, even though they both have lobbied in the past. Also, they have different risk reduction methods, with Samsung conducting a current corruption risk review process by introducing an evaluation and reward system and trying to strengthen its compliance management culture. But Intel pursues a different regulated approach where it regularly monitors and manages the CSR and sustainable activities through the Management Review Committee, which comprises of senior executives and Global Corporate Responsibility Office. So that's basically the summary of our presentation, and you can ask questions from now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. 이제 전기 to cover the two global corporations, Samsung Electronics and Intel. TJ, are you not in Korea?
I'm currently in France.
I'm from 전기 in Korea. Thanks for joining us for the important conference. Any question from the audience?
My name is Kwan-Sol Son, PhD. I'm currently work for the Samsung the Inclusive Finance Institute, ex the director of the Samsung Life Insurance. The current representation is very deeply is analysis, and the result of the comparison is very good. But I have one question to presentators. As you know, the Samsung Electronics and Intel is global number one company in some specific areas, semiconductor or the electronics, the products. You two presentators is a good analysis of the ESG strategy of the two companies. Even you compare with the same or similarity and the difference. In terms of me, my personal view is even the small difference is the same. During the my question is this: during the analyze of the two companies, what is the real difference? As you know, the two companies followed and catch up the Global Institute, for example, UN or CDP as initiative or guideline. They followed. Also, is they have to follow the disclosure rule of the currently issue in the EU areas. So, in personal view, difference not different. It's same similarity. Yeah. So, what is the real difference in during the researching the two companies comparisons? Thank you.
For okay, so for me, I thought about that part as well. Even like what I focused more on was that they're both trying to in environmental wise, they're both trying to focus on um trying to have low carbon emissions and trying to have a renewable energy source. However, what I thought was the way they're trying to make into their goals to get into their goals. For example, I've talked about like well, the big picture would be the same, but I think that the way in order to go to that big picture is also important. And what my focus was in order to go there, their ways of trying to approach is different. For example, like different partnerships. I think that's quite crucial, even though it kind of doesn't look crucial at first, because there's a lot of institutes related with environmental wise. And in order to have a partnership with which organization would impact on different results. So I focused on that part and also like the methods of minimizing those impacts. For example, like where Samsung talks about like focusing on life cycle of the product, and Intel talks about more of a raw material efficiency, which Samsung is not doing. And we don't know which one would be better. But the fact is that they are each trying to do what they think is better, and they are both eventually trying to make up to their goal of reducing carbon emissions.
So adding
So
on
I
to
wonder if any other okay.
So adding on to Heejay's point, I also view that they have similar goals in which they have to target the net zero carbon emissions by 2040. But a strong difference that I found was that Intel tried to move away from the Asian supplies and tried to move into more the European side of production. So they tried to handle the risk very well with so initially they had like 92% of their production base in Asia, but they are like quickly trying to target to move away from Asia as possible, trying to diverse their supply. And they have a really big focus currently on supply chain. So I think that's like a big difference that stands out.
Thank you.
Thanks for the question and feedback. That's all.
I don't think I have time to submit some money by the time to buy back and drink him. It's too much work. Yeah, I'll come back. I will keep that.
Comparing two corporations, Samsung and Google. Normally, one presenter covers one corporation, but this time, Sonopay is very courageous to cover two corporations by himself. Okay, now, flow is yours. Please remove your screen.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce myself. My name is Sonu Baek, and I'm a student majoring in computer education within the College of Education in SKKU. Today, I'd like to give you a speech about ESG comparison between Samsung and Google. According to Samsung's CEO, the company has been making efforts in recent years to firmly establish sustainability as the foundation of its business and product strategies, aiming to contribute the creation of sustainable daily life and future for everyone as a global corporate citizen. In their recently published Environmental, Social, and Governance (ESG) strategy report on September 15, 2022, Samsung expressed its commitment to actively participate in overcoming the global climate crisis. Prior to the announcement, Samsung, being a large corporation with 232 production bases, R&D centers, and design centers, and a workforce approaching 270,000 employees, recognizes the importance of adhering to ESG management. I learned that ESG management is crucial for maintaining a company and Samsung seems to be well aware of this fact. The company, as part of its commitment to ESG, transparently shares relevant information through its sustainability management website, regularly updating content. Samsung strives to communicate its achievements uniquely, listen to opinions, and build collaborative relationships with stakeholders. Let's look at the e-cases of Samsung. Samsung Electronics pursues sustainability throughout the entire life cycle of its products, from design and development to production, consumption, recovery, and recycling. Efforts are made to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from semiconductor manufacturing and to minimize power consumption. Additionally, products are designed and produced to facilitate recycling, ensuring that even at the end of their lifespan, they can be recycled into the resources needed to create new products. For example, the Samsung S23 incorporates environmentally conscious design elements, such as using 80% recycled PET for the rear glass deco film, 22% recycled glass for the front glass, and applying 20% recycled materials to the internal corner of the S Pen. Samsung Electronics invests significant efforts to minimize the environmental impact while maintaining product quality. The company has released new products that surpass the energy efficiency of the existing top grade by 1, achieving energy savings of up to 20% below the minimum standards. Products like AI washing machines and wind-free air conditioners not only consume less power than the top grade standard, but also offer additional energy savings through eco-friendly modes. Furthermore, Samsung Electronics has received Carbon Trust certification, becoming the first in the semiconductor industry to do so. This certification signifies a reduction of 680,000 tons of carbon emissions. Through various initiatives, Samsung has successfully reduced 10 million tons of greenhouse gases, achieved a 31% renewable energy conversion rate, and reduced 910,000 tons of greenhouse gas emissions in the product usage stage. The company has also reused 120 million tons of total water usage. In addition to these efforts, Samsung is actively engaged in research on carbon capture technology, fine dust technology, circular economic technology, and microplastic reduction to address various environmental challenges. Now let's look at the S case of Samsung. Samsung is running programs with a focus on providing quality education to young individuals without any exclusion from educational opportunities. The company supports competency education to lead them toward a better world. Various initiatives such as Samsung Innovation Campus, Samsung Smart School, and Samsung Youth Academy have seen participation from students. Additionally, university students has benefited from programs like Samsung Dream Class. Moreover, they played a significant role in supporting small and medium-sized enterprises, as known as SMEs and startups, through an in-house venture program called C-Lab. Samsung supports startups, dispatches personnel to SMEs for building production systems and automation solutions, and also shares manufacturing innovation technologies and know-how. Currently, they are supporting over 3,000 SMEs. Now, let's look at the governance case of Samsung. Samsung Electronics commits to respecting the freedom and human rights of all individuals. In February 2023, Samsung announced principles reaffirming its commitment to human rights in line with the corporate and human rights principles. The pledge to respect various human rights factors, including the respect of all human rights, prevention of human rights violations affecting those influenced by business activities, remediation measures, communication with stakeholders, internal checks, and third-party audits. To achieve this goal, Samsung has also addressed the issue of forced labor, working to increase awareness of labor rights protection, and gathering opinions through various interviews to eliminate such problems. In case of allegations, Samsung makes efforts to investigate and provide remedies. The human rights governance team within Samsung is responsible for reviewing and managing various issues related to human rights, taking measures against human rights risks. They have also established safety incident prevention systems and response process to address various emergencies. Lastly, for health management, Samsung operates health research labs, various treatment centers, and offers diverse wellness programs. Beyond addressing human rights issues, Samsung provides various gender-related policies, offering benefits such as career transitions and leadership development. Now, let's move on to Google. Google is the representative GAFAM. GAFAM is Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, and Microsoft. Google is the company responsible for the G, as mentioned by the professor in the early discussion of ESG management among big tech companies. Google currently dominates nearly 90% of search engine market, and most individuals use Google for web shopping daily. In January of this year, Just Capital, an ESG investment specialist search institution, announced America's most just companies, and Google secured the top position. Google received high scores, particularly in the area of community contribution, ranking third among all companies and first among big tech companies. Alphabet, Google's parent company, has implemented a revolutionary incentive program offering additional bonus when reducing carbon emissions and ensuring diversity in hiring. Now, let's analyze Google's ESG aspects individually. Firstly, let's focus on the environmental aspect. Google has taken various measures to reduce carbon emissions and increase the use of renewable energy. Since 2007, Google has been running programs to measure and reduce carbon emissions to become a carbon neutral company. In 2020, the company achieved the goal of transitioning 100% of its electricity usage to renewable energy. In September 2020, Google announced a sustainable goal aiming to operate the entire business with a carbon-free energy by 2030, known as the Moonshot Sustainability Goal. Moreover, Google has invested in manufacturing regions to enable 5 gigawatts of new carbon-free energy, assisted 500 cities in reducing carbon emissions, and announced new sustainability goal, including finding innovative ways to empower 1 billion people through products. Alphabet published the 2021 Sustainability Bond Impact Report, disclosing the issuance of $5.75 billion in sustainability bonds, marking the largest issuance in corporate sustainability or green bonds history. Alphabet allocated a significant portion of the proceeds, over 60%, to environmental investments over the past year. The report indicates that Alphabet is committed to environmental and social categories under its sustainability bond framework, such as energy efficiency, clean energy, green buildings, clean transportation, circular economic and design, affordable housing, racial commitment, and support for small businesses and COVID-19 relief. And also Google is doing water positive, which means replenishing 120% of water consumed in offices and data centers. It is aimed to help restore and improve the quality of water and health in communities by focusing on water-deficient areas. This increased responsible water use and enhanced water resource management across office campuses and data centers. To benefit watersheds and communities by supporting ecosystem and water-deficient communities and collaborating to replenish water use and improve watershed health. In terms of social aspects, Google had allocated 500 cities have cut carbon emissions, and it is target to help 1 billion people. Google is also doing sustainability bonds, and it allocated $133 million to small business loans, provided 1,003,300 loans to historically marginalized local businesses, allocated $81 million for initiatives enhancing economic opportunities for the Black community, and dedicated $70 million for affordable housing. This comprehensive approach to ESG reflects Google's commitment to sustainable and responsible business practices. Google is also significantly increasing spending with diverse suppliers, expanding programs globally, and committing to spending at least $10 billion annually with diverse suppliers in the United States from 2021. Furthermore, they aim to increase this spending to $25 billion by 2022, expanding the program beyond the US to include historically underrepresented global supplier groups. In addition to supporting diverse suppliers, Google emphasized diversity initiatives by investing in mentoring, and education programs to help diverse leaders grow their business, providing accelerated payment programs to give suppliers faster access to cash and capital, and encouraging existing suppliers to partner with diverse business. Lastly, let's look at the G case of Google. Google has special incentive system, and this is to receive an additional $2 million bonus for the 4 highest and paid executives. It will reduce carbon dioxide emissions and provide financial compensation if diversity is secured when hiring employees. According to ISS, which is Institutional Shareholder Services, the world's largest voting rights advisor, 11 of the 76 information technology companies included in the US flagship index, S&P 500, have linked ESG-related goals to compensation from management. With the start of Google, it nearly tripled compared to the first half of last year. And also, Google has its special ratings. Google has 41 ratings, and this is compared to other companies because other big companies have 5 ratings. Lastly, Google have 20%. 20% means 20% of working hour per week are freely available. This is an example of Google's free organization culture. And Google also have nudge, and nudge means borrowing drives the right choice without forcing employees to make it. This is citation, and thank you for listening.
Hey, Sonu, let's just compare to corporation. Any question from floor? Again, it was about Samsung and Alphabet, so it's good.
Any questions?
So now let me ask you a question. Do you think it's possible for Samsung to invite freestyle corporate culture like Google, 20% free time?
I've heard that Samsung has good welfare systems, and maybe in the future Samsung can have the 20% like policy like Google. Thank you.
And the $2 million bonus for highly paid executive per person, $2 million. Is that right?
Oh, it is for executives, but it is per person.
Total would be $8 million in money.
Yes.
I envy them. Okay, thank you for your great presentation. Now we are moving to the rest on that presentation. Now the Dongyu Yang, SKKU, about the Yuhan Corporation, which is a pharmacy, very well known, very well respected corporation in Korea.
Hello, my name is Donggu Yang, and I'm a fourth-year student at Sungkyunkwan University. I am majoring in history, and I wondered if there were any companies in Korean history which pursue sustainable management. And I remembered one corporation. It is Yuhan Corporation. The founder of Yuhan Corporation was not only a Korean independence activist, but also an entrepreneur who valued corporate social responsibility, CSR. Yuan Corporation is pursuing sustainable management following the spirit of its founder. For that reason, I would like to give a presentation on the topic, Analysis of Yuan Corporation's ESG Management. Let me first talk about Il-han Yu, the founder of Yuan Corporation. He participated in the independence movement in earnest by giving a speech at the Korean Freedom Convention held in Philadelphia in 1919, and by 1942, he served as an advisor for Korea for the OSS, the predecessor of the CIA. Famous as an independence activist, he also left a significant mark on Korean corporate history. He emigrated to the US in 1904 at the age of 9. In 1926, he returned to Korea and established Yuan Corporation to improve the health conditions in Korea under colonial rule. He paid attention to the welfare of its employees, including introducing employee stock ownership plans ESOP for the first time in Korea. He also established various educational foundations and left a will to donate all of his stocks to the foundation to be used for social education projects. His motto was, profits earned from a company must be returned to the society that raised the company. Yuan Corporation is pursuing sustainable management following the spirit of its founder. These are Yuan Corporation's ESG management milestones. In 2021, Yuan Corporation set the direction for ESG and began to implement ESG management. In 2022, Yuan Corporation created the ESG management group and reorganized the ESG task force into the company-wide ESG Working Council. The company-wide ESG Working Council consists of 9 environmental departments, 11 social departments, and 5 governance departments. Combined twice a month, the council shares and evaluates progress in ESG management by sector and takes action to improve each area. In 2023, key member companies of Yuan Family and Yuan School Foundation held the Yuan ESG Management Practice Joint Declaration Ceremony. Then let's look at Yuan Corporation's environmental practices in ESG management. Decisions on major aspects of environmental management are made through the steering committee, which is composed of the CEO and executives from each business division. The ESG Management Group and ESG Working Council formulate short and long-term goals. Each relevant department at the HQ branches, R&D Institute, and Ochang plant takes responsibility for managing environmental impacts related to waste distribution and logistics of their business sites in accordance with short and long-term goals. Water recycling is one example. Yuan Corporation used three water recycling methods: reuse of concentrated water from the purified water system for pharmaceutical manufacturing, improvement of backwashing method for their water treatment filters, and reuse of sample water utilized for measuring water quality. Through this, Ochang plant saved about 15,000 tons of water in 2022, which represents about 9% of its water consumption. In addition, Yuan Corporation thoroughly monitors air and water pollutants and greenhouse gas emissions. They also requires suppliers to collect and reuse wooden pallets, which are used to support raw materials and products coming into the plant. Thanks to these efforts, air and water pollutants, waste, and greenhouse gas emissions have decreased, as can be seen in this graph. What you see here is the amount of waste recycling, which decreased in 2021, but is showing an upward trend again. Meanwhile, Yuan Corporation's new product line, Dr. Burdle, has eco-friendly packaging. Dr. Burdle's toothbrushes and toothpaste are packaged in plastic-free paper packaging, which is made of 15% recycled pulp and green tea powder. Dr. Burdle's shampoo is metal-free with the metal spring removed to improve the product's recyclability. Yuan Corporation also recognized the importance of biodiversity. Most pharmaceutical companies use a substance called Limulus amebocyte lysate (LAL), derived from the blood cells of horse crabs, to test for toxins in drugs. In the process of drawing blood from horse crabs, 10% die, and 10 to 30% of horse crabs released back into the ocean do not live long due to stress. Ochang plant has introduced a toxin test method using recombinant factor C that replaces horse crab blood and has completed the application of the test method for some overseas partners. As soon as relevant domestic regulations are established, Yuan Corporation will apply the new toxin test method. On the social practice, Yuan Corporation pays particular attention to worker human rights, customer satisfaction, and the local community. First, let's learn about Yuan Corporation's human rights management. Yuan Corporation is striving to establish a human rights management system based on a human-centered corporate culture. Yuan Corporation operates a grievance handling and counseling system to listen to and resolve various grievances that employees raise in the workplace, such as individual complaints about the working environment or working conditions, sexual harassment or bullying, issues with personality or psychological conditions, and other personal problems. Yuan Corporation have appointed a grievance committee member at each business site and set up a dedicated space for grievance counseling so that grievances received through business phone, email, and cyber open voice website are immediately addressed in a meeting with the grievance committee member. Yuan Corporation is also paying attention to improving customer satisfaction. A clear example is the YouTube channel, A Companion for Your Health. This channel, opened in 2019, provides a variety of health information videos and has 199,000 subscribers as of January 2023. What is interesting is that the channel does not generate revenue. Despite the maintenance cost, Yuan Corporation said it hopes that YouTube channel will be used only for social contribution. In addition, Yuan Corporation is offering measures to satisfy customers such as braille labeling for the visually impaired and easy tap sealer for bottled vitamins. Meanwhile, Yuan Corporation launched a Companion for Community Health project, a health promotion program for the elderly in partnership with local social welfare centers. They collaborate with 6 welfare centers near the headquarters to conduct senior health programs. The program comprises geriatric disease management, prevention tips, and mental wellness programs to improve the healthcare capabilities of the elderly. Yuan Corporation plans to expand the project to business sites other than the headquarters. It is also worth noting that career programs are offered for students. In order to foster young scientific talent who will lead the pharmaceutical and biotechnology industry, Yuan Corporation launched the Boulder Science Career Camp for elementary, middle, and high school students. The program consists of online tour of the laboratories, mentoring from researchers, and scientific experiments. For middle and high school students, it includes career mentoring from university students. Yuan Corporation strives to maximize stakeholder profits and secure market trust by communicating with shareholders and investors. I'd like to briefly introduce the composition of shareholders and the board of directors. The largest shareholder of Yuan Corporation is the Yuan Foundation, a public benefit corporation. This is the result of the donation by the founder, Dr. Iran Yu, in 1971 of his entire shareholding to the Yuan Foundation, Yuan School, Yonsei University, and Health Fellowship Foundation. As of the end of 2022, the public benefit corporation's shareholding in the company stood at 38.2%. Meanwhile, Yuan Corporation's board of directors consists of a total of 7 members, including 2 executive directors, 1 non-executive director, and 4 outside directors as of the end of March 2023. It was decided that the non-executive director would serve as the chairman of the board, thus ensuring the independence of the board. Additionally, company ensures that a majority of the board is composed of independent directors to effectively fulfill the function of checks and balances of management. Furthermore, the board of directors secured competitiveness by appointing experts in the life science, law, and accounting fields as outside directors, and also secured diversity by appointing a female outside director. Yuan Corporation earned the Minister of Trade, Industry and Energies Award for Korea's ESG Company of the Year in the bio and healthcare sector in December 2022. And in January 2023, Yuan Corporation was selected as Korea's most admired company for the 20th consecutive years. The following is an evaluation of the ESG ratings of Yuan Corporation and competing pharmaceutical companies that are mid-sized companies by the Korea ESG Standard Service, KCGS. Yuan Corporation's overall ESG rating is A, and each sector was evaluated as B+, A+, and A. This result shows that Yuan Corporation receives a higher ranking than its competitors, especially in the social sector. This means that Yuan Corporation pays particular attention to customer satisfaction, worker human rights, and the local community. Although Yuan Corporation is showing good performance in sustainable management, there is area where improvements can be made. This is a review left by Yuan Corporation workers on a Korean corporate information community called Job Planet. Yuan Corporation's workers gave high scores to the company's welfare, but gave low scores to its organizational culture. They assessed that decision-making is delayed due to the vertical organizational culture. In the worst case, some people say that the future of the company is uncertain because stagnant water is bound to rot. Ironically, these problems can be seen as originating from the succession of Dr. New's spirit. When Iran New founded and operated the company, a vertical organizational culture was the norm. Yuan Corporation, which was more influenced by its founder than other companies, may have inherited this way of thinking. It is great to continue the founder's spirit of fulfilling social responsibilities, but it is necessary to make efforts to eliminate old customs that hinder the growth of the organization. These are references. Thank you for listening.
All right. Donggu introduced the ESG strategy and suggested improvement scheme for the most respected Korean pharmacy corporation. Any question from the audience? Okay. Now, all these 6 student presentations are over now. They made a great contribution to opening this company. I guess they have spent lots of time and energy on preparing this presentation. All of them took my class last semester, which is over now, so about the ESG or sustainable management. As a token of our appreciation, my appreciation as an organizer, the student, I will issue a certificate of attendance and a little honorarium and a meal, which is slightly better than ramen. When I see them all, maybe in the near future, in a week or so. And another token of appreciation would be the kind of award for the best presentation or second best presentation. So please give your number below in chatting window. Then I will collect all the information. Give a few awards for the presentation student. And then this will be wrapping up the first session of our conference for 3 days. And we may take a break for an hour and come back to the afternoon session in Korean time. Actually, I'm now in Laos which is 2 hours behind Korea. Korea is a country, it's kind of early bird. The sunrise earlier in Korea than South Korea. Okay, thank you for your attendance and the presentation and question and answer. Enjoy your nice lunch and see you soon again. Thank you.
Korea right now, but now I'm in Vientiane, Laos. It's a little bit hot. Yeah. When I see the name of the presenter, I think that we have number of presenter that from many countries. That is very interesting session. In 2 minutes, we will going to start. Dr. Tai Huong Le is here from the Vietnam National University. Because she is going to be the first one, but I think is Cancer want to give the presentation first. I think he have the meeting or something.
Thank you, Dr. Prophet.
I think this is the time to start the session ESG in ASEAN. It is my honor to chair this session. My name is Pupet. I'm the professor and the dean of the Faculty of Economic and Business Management, National University of Laos. In this session, we have the full 8 paper that because of the Dr. Kancher have urgent work, so he want to give the presentation first. And please note that each presenter we have allowed 20 minutes for the presentation, and we have about 10 minutes for discussion, the Q&A. Please keep the time. If you have use overtime, I will send you the message to reminding you that the time is going to be finished. Okay, without ado, may I invite Dr. Kangcher Kantra Pimananto from Aliankanga University. I'm sorry for my presentation, to give the presentation on managing the green management list internally. Please, the floor is yours, Dr. Kancher.
Okay, thank you, Prophet. Hopefully that you can hear my voice clearly.
Yes, yes.
Great then. So, good morning for everybody. I give salute for all of the ESG warrior and educator. We learn how to running business peacefully. So this is some introducing. Good morning for all of audience and professor. Hope that we always happy and healthy. So my name is Ganchar. Me and my college from Airlangga University in Surabaya, Indonesia. Hopefully that someday you have opportunity to go to our campus. We will welcome you to go to Indonesia. Especially if you want to go to Bali, you can visit our campus. So my discussion is about how to managing green management risk internally, because when we discussing about ESG, this is the signal that we should share to external audience. So something that we should conduct first is about how to conduct green management internally, because something that I trying to share is about employee first and our other stakeholder will be later. When we want to conduct green management externally well known, so first thing that we should conduct is understanding about green management internally. And we're trying to conduct the research based on quantitative. So we have suggestion model that we have. Okay, so for introduction, we know that in this day, when we conduct the operational activity for manufacturing, so there will be some access for it. There will be some pollutant based on the activity conducting by the manufacturing, especially when we do the plants. So there will be the smoke pollutant, the water pollutant, and so on and so on. And that's why we discuss about green marketing and why we have to discuss about how to maintain green culture internally. Because organization is collection of many individuals that they will collaborate, that when the individual inside of organization conduct something green, so the organization will conduct green also. So it's important to how to set the culture, green culture individually, internally in our organization. So this is the main issues in our research, that how to conduct green management in our organization, especially how to persuade, how to stimulate our employee to conduct something green. So we discussing about green behavior employee. Employee green behavior is something that beneficial in this era, because when we have employee that having this behavior, so we will conduct a green management easily. And when the organization commit to green behavior, they have to set their employee conducting the green behavior first. So employee who implement green behavior will ultimately increase the company sustainability, especially when we discussing about ESG. The green behavior is part of the company's unsustainability risk management carried out for internally stakeholder. So when we discussing about employee, so we will discuss about internal stakeholder, of course. And so the role of employee in this behavior must be very, very important when we trying to implementation the employee green behavior. So it will have impact to our company sustainability. So that's why we're discussing how to stimulate the employee green behavior. Something that we're trying to set as determinant is about the activity by the company, that when the company conducting CSR, especially it will give signal to internal stakeholder and external stakeholder that the company conduct something good. And when the company conducting the CSR, so it will give signal to the employee that they belong to a good company. So that's why CSR is important determinant for us to add in this model. Besides of that, we will discuss about something that become to individual differences is about environmental knowledge. But it can set by the management policy to give some insight, to give some workshop about how to raise the environmental knowledge. So that's the second determinant for our model. And the third thing is about the leadership, that the leader should give the pattern, the leader should give the role model for their employee to be followed. So when the leader conducting something ethic, so hopefully that employee will following to conducting something that ethic also. So our model will become like this. There will be 3 determinant for employee green behavior, the CSR conducting by the organization or the company, the environmental knowledge that it's inside of the employee mindset, and then the ethical leadership. So there is 2 kind of there's one kind of internal in the mind of the employee, and the 2 things is from external side of the employee, which is corporate social responsibility and ethical leadership. So why there will be employee well-being as a mediator? It because some of the article mention about that there is a variable for mediating between the influence of corporate social responsibility and employee green behavior, that when the employee feel something that having well-being inside of the organization, so they will behave good. So it's important how to maintain the well-being of the employee's condition. So that's why we put it in the mediator variable. The context of our research is in the Petrokimia Gresik is one of the biggest plant in East Java, Indonesia, that the company is produce many kind of artificial fertilizer for Indonesian market. So it's one of the big company. Usually we conducting student inbound in this company also. So they have their own transportation activities. So it's one of the big plant in East Java. And they have many kind of CSR activities. It could be for internal and external CSR, that the target could be for external stakeholder and for internal stakeholder. One of the internal CSR is about how to maintain the workshop for their employee about safety for their work. And the external CSR for the external stakeholder is about how to giving some planting activities. So they have many activity for the CSR, especially for the environmental and social activities. So they have commitment for ESG, of course. And the methods that we conduct for our research is about, we conduct surveys and census. When we know that the employee of Petrokimia Gresik is about 1,942 employees, so we share for our questionnaire for all of the employees. So the sample is census sampling. So we shared our questionnaire to all of 1,000 or almost of 2,000 employees. But the response rate is about 28% only. That the total questionnaire that we can process is about 536 questionnaire. And based on the collecting data that we have, we continuing by data analysis with a DPLS. And this is the result for our research, that not all of the hypotheses supported. There is two hypotheses that not supported or rejected by the result, that the CSR to employee well-being is rejected, and the ethical leadership to employee green behavior is also rejected. But the other hypothesis is supported by the result. So we go to discussion that based on the result, we know that CSR influences to employee well-being is not supported. Why it's happened? Because the employee well-being can be particularly strong when perceived CSR initiative match to employees' psychological needs. In this research, CSR, the indicator for CSR is proxied by the CSR program related to the environment. So it's not really aimed to the internal stakeholder, especially for the employee. So because the CSR noticed by the employee only for the external stakeholder, so they are not noticing that CSR is for them also, that the CSR is not for internal stakeholder. So that's why the CSR did not have influences to employee well-being. So maybe it's about the how to set the measurement and how to give signal to the internal stakeholder, especially to our employee, when the employee having perceived that the CSR is for them also. So I think the influence of CSR to employee well-being will be supporting. So that's our first discussion. The second discussion is about the second rejecting hypothesis, that ethical leadership influences employee green behavior at petrochemical is rejected also. So why it's happened? We can discuss it that because ethical leadership variable having many kind of dimension, that it's not only about green behavior activities. So when we measuring the ethical leadership with something the broader concept than just green behavior, so I think the influence of ethical leadership having not significant. So we give signal to future research that I think we could accommodate the narrower concept for leadership. It's not about ethical leadership, but about green leadership. So we go to the more narrower concept for ethical leadership. I think it must be more sufficient for measuring the ethical leadership to become just discussing about green behavior leadership. So that's something that we can discuss about why two of the hypothesis is rejected. And the other finding that we have that is about the most dominant variable to influence the employee green behavior is the environmental knowledge, because the PET coefficient is higher than others. So based on this, we can have some practical implication. The first thing, something that we suggest to the practice is about management could provide the environmentally training and workshop for employees. So the knowledge of employee about environment is higher and increased, that when the environmental knowledge of employee increase, so they will contribute to the green behavior by the organization. So there should be much more training, workshop, and program for increasing the green knowledge for our employees. And the second thing is about companies can also invest in fulfilling employee psychological needs, namely by developing a positive work environment for employees, including through programs that can improve employees' technical and personal skill regarding work, which is become more intensive for doing responsible business for their employee. That means when the CSR become a notice to have some respect into the internal stakeholder, so the signal could be accepted by our employee, and when they got their signal, so they will be proud to their organization, and they will be more conducting the organizational green behavior activities. So that's the practical implication. For the future research implication is about we can make the concept for leadership become narrow. So it's not about discussing ethical leadership. The definition much more broader, but we can do the variable in our research is about the green leadership behavior. And I think the next future research could be separating between the internal CSR, that the target is for the internal stakeholder, especially for the employee, and there will be external CSR, that the stakeholder is for the external stakeholder, the consumer, the society, and so on and so on. So this is my presentation. So thank you for all of your attention. So that's it.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Kancher Chandra, for excellent presentation. Now I would like to open the floor for discussion. Any question and comment for the paper? Yes, Dr. Chandra, I have one question that, yeah, it is because I'm thinking that about the green management and the knowledge and some of viable, they might have the problem of endogeneity issue. How you can solve it or something like that? It is about the economic technique. Yeah.
So can you be more clearly about that, Prof. Prophet? What should we do about what?
Okay, that the problem is environmental knowledge is independent viable, have significant on the green management, right?
Yes,
At the same time, the green management also they have the effect on the knowledge of environment too. So that is it too. So what we call that endogeneity problem might be. So that, yeah.
The model is not like that, Prof. So the environmental knowledge is go to employee well-being, and then employee well-being to employee green behavior. So there is no influence between employee green behavior into environmental knowledge. So based on this, I think it will be important for the company to raise the environmental knowledge of the employee by the workshop, by the training. So they will think that the company think of their employee, and when the employee having signal that the company care for them, so they will be having some well-being in their company, and then they will conduct green behavior. So it's important to taking care of our employee. I think that's the discussion.
Thank you. It is very clear now. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Prophet.
How about another question? I think that because we just start the session, so they don't have much question yet. So thank you so much, Professor Kangja Chandra. Please give the big hand to Professor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Um, Next, I would like to invite Dr. Thai Hong Lê from the Vietnam National University, Hanoi, to give the presentation on ESG practice for sustainable future for the Vietnam firm. Yes, Dr. Thai, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Fofet. And good afternoon, good morning, everyone. Let me share my slides. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, yes.
Yes, thank you. So my name is Tai Hong Lee, and I'm from Vietnam National University, Hanoi. Today, I'm very glad and honored to be here at the RMI Forum. And my presentation today will be about ESG with the title, ESG Practice for a Sustainable Future for Vietnamese Firms. And I would like to start with a quick introduction on the background information. So it is required for Vietnamese listed firms that publish their ESG report annually. So that means that all the Vietnamese firms that are listed on the stock exchange, they need to publish not only their annual report, but annual ESG report regarding how they ESG practice, they embed their ESG practice in their organization. And this requirement is reasonable, taking into consideration that the Vietnamese government, our government, has made a commitment to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. And within that, policy shift, sustainable development has evolved as a core value for enterprises. As you all know that, businesses, when they operate, they need to balance the needs of different stakeholders, including the employees, their customers, their suppliers, their shareholders, investors, as well as the wider community and the whole society as a whole. So here, when enterprises, those that integrated deeper into the global supply chain and who operated overseas, they need to care more about this dimension of sustainability, of balancing the needs, taking care of the needs of the environment and the community. This sustainable development has also played the role of transformation in shaping the enterprise visions and strategies, because Vietnamese firms has embedded sustainable development into their strategies. This has translated into greener products design, or the products that are promoted with environmental friendly aspects. And we can think of different advantages for firms to embrace sustainable development, including improved reputation in the eyes of customers or their business partners. And firms can also access to a better source of financing, such as sustainable finance. For example, green bonds in Vietnam. At the moment, only limited number of firms, especially those that operate in energy, that can access to this source of sustainable finance. And when firms practice ESG or other sort of sustainable strategy, it can enhance the stakeholder relations. In Vietnam at the moment, there are different measures to evaluate a firm's progress towards sustainable development. I include here 3 measures. The first one is the customer satisfaction index. So it shows how the customers see your business in practicing CSR or other sustainable practices. Another measure is the ISO 26000. So this is a standard. This is a standard that can evaluate a firms in their sustainability aspect in general. And we also recently have the ESG indexes that measures a firm's progress in 3 dimensions: the environment E, the social S, and the governance G. Importantly, the ESG indexes and ESG annual report has become an important benchmark in the process of decision making of investors, partners, and it is considered a very important competitive advantage among firms, especially those that operate internationally or has integrated in the global supply chain. So that is the background on sustainable development and ESG practice of Vietnamese firms at the moment. Within that background, my presentation has 2 main objectives. The first one is to examine the challenges related to ESG implementation in Vietnamese firms. And the second objective is to present recommendations to enhance sustainable development initiatives. In doing those, my presentation also highlights the significance of understanding these challenges for a successful ESG practice. And my research is mainly using qualitative methods by interviewing, surveying. For the ESG implementation in Vietnamese enterprises, I will first highlight some facts, some overview. And this overview and facts are taken from case studies and surveys. Modern customers not only care about the quality and price of a product, but our survey has shown that modern customer nowadays, they care about the environmental friendliness of a product as well, and the sustainable value of the company in general. So if a firm conduct ESG practice or other sustainable development initiatives, it can enhance the satisfaction of the customers. And according to a report from the World Economic Forum in June 2020, 80% of customers in ASEAN countries care about sustainability. So that was just during the pandemic. And a recent data from Trust Barometer also shows that 71%, almost 3/4 of customers will stop buying a product if they think that the brand puts profit before humanity. I mean, if the brand only cares about making money. And a recent report of PwC in 2022 shows that only 28% of Vietnamese firms do have some indexes to monitor the progress towards ESG. And sadly, 25%, that is 1/4 of Vietnamese firms, do not have any initiatives or practice related to ESG. And 71% say that they lack ESG knowledge or education. They do not know what ESG is or how to practice ESG in their own business. So what about globally? Around the world, other businesses are doing quite well in terms of ESG. For example, in early 2022, Microsoft has pledged to reach negative carbon emission by 2030. That means they will absorb more than carbon dioxide than what the amount they emitted. Unilever also committed a supply chain without deforestation in 2023 and achieved net zero by 2039. IKEA also pledged for a net zero by 2030, and they embed circular economy into their product design. In Vietnam, in July 2022, the Ho Chi Minh Stock Exchange announced 20 listed firms out of 100 firms in the VN 100 index that they consider have balanced in their ESG dimensions. That means 20 listed firms do have their ESG with the balanced amount. And among these listed firms, Vinamilk, companies that specialize in producing milk product, dairy product. This company has been on top 10 firms with sustainable development for successive 6 years. You can see the logo of another listed firm here, the Pan Group. This company, the Pan Group, is specialized in agricultural products, in agriculture in general. And this company has received some compliment for their sustainable development practice. For example, this Pan Group, they have they have innovated their and use technology in growing in their agricultural products that limit the use of fertilizer and to enhance the productivity and to use the resources more efficiently. For what about unlisted firms? For listed firms, they are required to produce ESG reports, but it is not required for unlisted firms, those with smaller scales. But unlisted firms in Vietnam nowadays, they are using environmentally friendly design for their products, support local community, and many products are having the green label at the moment. So here you can see the example of a product. This one is a washing liquid, and it has a small green label here that certify that this product has the ingredients that are environmental friendly, that will not damage the environment. So this is one example. After reviewing several case studies of the Vietnamese firms, we highlight 3 main challenges. The first challenge is the lack of awareness and understanding. As I presented earlier, if more than 70% of Vietnamese firms do not understand ESG, how can they embed ESG in their practice? This lack of education and awareness programs contributes to this challenge. And the second challenge is regarding resource constraints. It is more than money. So financial and human resource challenges can hinder the adoption of sustainable practice. And many companies struggle with finding cost-effective ways to implement ESG initiatives. I remember I went to a conference last year about green finance and green practice, and some industry companies, they say that buying green ingredients is costly. So if the input ingredients, materials are costly, then they need to raise the price of their final product, and this may reduce their competitive advantage. So that's the struggle that many companies are facing with at the moment. And the third and final challenge is about cultural and organizational barriers. Cultural norms and existing organizational structures can hinder smooth ESG integration. This is more of a problem for businesses that operate overseas between different countries, and resistance to change within organization can pose a significant barrier. That means for example, the leaders, the business leaders, they're not willing to change to achieve, better greener practice. And we can relate this to a Hofstede cultural dimension, different dimensions. If company only think about short term, for example, they might not be aware of ESG that much. But if a company is more orientated in the long term, then they would consider ESG into their practice more carefully. So after highlighting these challenges, we will propose some recommendations, and we propose 3 main recommendations in accordance to the challenges that we present earlier. So the first recommendation is about awareness and education programs. We propose to have more workshops, seminars, and training sessions on ESG principles. And they should highlight some shared examples of successful awareness campaigns in other regions. And this IMI forum is exact an example of this. The second recommendation is about resource allocation strategy. More discussion is needed on some models, good models for sustainable investment and cost-effective implementation. Examples should be highlighted of the companies that have successfully reallocated resources for sustainability. And the third recommendation is about the cultural change initiatives. There should be some success stories of companies that transformed their structures to accommodate ESG principles in general. In promoting awareness and education programs, we could collaborate with industry experts to conduct ESG workshops, and there should be some online platforms for continuous education and awareness. In Vietnam nowadays, I see some universities, they started to embed some ESG or green finance into their MBA programs. This is in the trend to educate better business leaders. And sorry for the Vietnamese words on the slides, but this is a headline from a newspaper. It says that more than 70% of Vietnamese firms are not equipped with ESG reporting. So they don't know how to report the ESG. In resource allocation strategy, we can explore some partnerships with sustainable finance institutions and establish a dedicated budget for ESG initiatives. For culture, we can conduct regular feedback to address concerns and encourage openness among employees. And the previous presentation was a perfect example on this aspect. So what about the role of customers, employers, and investors? These are also other important stakeholders of businesses. So what we recommend is to avoid greenwashing or green advertising. So these two terms means that, some companies, they advertise their products in the way that seems to be green in the eyes of customers, but actually these products are not green at all. So we should completely, totally avoid this, wrong practice. So this is my final slide. What's next? The pathway towards ESG. The most recent survey from PwC shows that Vietnamese firms actually prioritize governance other than other two aspects of ESG. And after interviewing the firm leaders, they say that they believe that better governance can lead to better decisions related to environment and social. But we pose a question here. Prioritizing governance, is it sufficient for ESG practice? We think the answer is definitely no, but Vietnamese firms need to consider other two aspects as well for better pathway towards sustainable development. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening. And if you have any question, I'm happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Thai, for excellent presentation. Now, I would like to open the floor for the discussion, please. If you have any question and comment.
Then let me ask you a question to Dr. Hong Lee. You emphasized the role of governance in Vietnamese ESG initiative, and there are several dimensions of the governance. What do you think is the most important aspect of the governance in Vietnamese ESG initiatives? Do you think to protect the shareholders' right or something else?
Yes, thank you,
opinion.
Professor
Okay.
Chen. Very good.
Thank you, Professor Chung. Yeah, may I collect more question? Any question? May I have the question, Professor Tai? It is very interesting. I'm wondering how the data set that you're using, do you use the survey from PwC or you just have new method survey? I think in the future, if you got the data from PwC, you can study very deeply and very interesting paper that you can write about it. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Professor Fofet. So thank you to professors for your comments and questions, very good ones. So first, regarding, I will answer the Professor Zhang's question first regarding the governance. So from reviewing case studies and also the interview data and survey data from different sources at the moment, we find that for the Vietnamese firms, they do prioritize the governance aspect, and when we interview deeper, and the firm leaders say that they think this governance is about the determination of the firm's leaders. When the firm leaders have this sort of sustainability determination in their mind, then all the decisions that they make, for example, in terms of the product labeling, the product distribution, for example, and the materials, this will be more green than a firm that do not have this sort of green determination in their mind. And in I believe that a strong governance is more than just a determination and decision making, but it is about the integration of different different parts within the business. So if the business leaders have this sort of green practice in their mind, but the employees do not have such a practice in their mind, then of course I will not consider that is a good practice, because the employees are those who actually work with the products directly, and I just give an example. For example, when we went to a firm, a manufacturing firm, and we do a site visit, and then we observe that the employees, when they the machines, when the batteries of the machines finish, they just throw to a normal rubbish bin. And then we ask, oh, why do you have such behavior? Because battery can be very damaging for the environment. And they say that while the rubbish bin is is a thing that is closest to them, nearest to them, that they can do conveniently. Otherwise, they have to walk all the way to the the entrance that has a bin that collect all the batteries. So I believe that the governance here needs to be translated from the business leaders to even its employees. So that is about governance. And the second question regarded to Professor Forfait is about the data. So for this presentation, we collected different survey data, and the main one that we use is the one from PwC, the most recent one. So that survey covers over 400, almost 500 Vietnamese firms, even including listed and unlisted. And the data has different other dimensions that we can explore if we have time. For example, it shows, the motive of the firms, why they practice ESG, for example. But because of the time constraint, I just want to to focus on other aspects.
Hello, Dr. Thai, are you there?
Oh, hello. Hello.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. I think I just got a connection problem.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Thai, for the excellent presentation. Yeah, I think now we have time to move to another paper. I think may I invite Dr. Pai Pao Ang from Moniva University of Economics to give the presentation on extending technological acceptance model for adapt of the mobile wallet, the loan of the perceived bliss and trust. Very interesting paper. Dr. Piao Ang, sorry, the floor is yours, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to present my paper in this forum. Let me share my screen. And today the title of my presentation is Extending
Yes, we
Technology
see your
Sector.
presentation. Yeah, make the slide show bigger, please.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yes, and my presentation is based on mobile wallet adoption and based on the technology sector model with the extending the role of passive risk and trust. And I am a PPL and I work as a lecturer in Moi University of Economics. And first of all, in Myanmar, there are three University of Economics. The first one is Yangon University of Economics. The second one is Medila University of Economics, and the third one is Moa University of Economics. And in my presentation online, there are 9 parts, and the first one is
There may be some problem with internet connection. We
sorry
need to
for
wait.
my
Yeah.
internet connection problem. Yes.
Could you share the PowerPoint again?
Yes. Yeah, there are 9 parts in my presentation.
Okay, that is
And
good.
the first part is introduction. Yes. And as you know, today is our digitalization. So so the impact of digitalization is on all sides of the business, from SME to corporation or giant global company. So so digitalization is a main significant factor in that age. So that's why whether a business is consumer focused or industrial focused or traditional business, we have to consider the impact of digitalization. And then say in 2050, there are many mobile phone users in Myanmar, and the use case of mobile phone has a very acceleration. That's why mobile phone has become a preferred option for implementation digital payment through wireless technology. So in Myanmar, there are many mobile wallet provider since 2000 since 2019. They are they are they are from some of them are from financial institution, and some of them are telecom operator. That's why in the past decade the use of mobile service had rapidly increased, especially in developed countries in like Myanmar. However, since 2021, there has a bankruptcy in Myanmar, because bank has imposed limitation on cash withdrawal and introduced additional fee due to excessive account withdrawal. That's why mobile wallet user need to get additional fee to withdraw their mobile wallet. And then and there is a set in online scan, particularly pushy does message targeted banking detail. That's why that's why and that's why there is a risk for mobile wallet user. Uh, uh, so the mobile wallets are used That's why my study has two objectives. My the study of the objective is to explore the impact of key factor on the intention to use mobile wallet in Myanmar, and my study focused on technological certain model with the extending the role of trust and passing rate because is trust a very important factor to 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 facilitate is the
Can you upload one more, Professor Payapol? I think we have some problem with internet connection. Yeah, now we're waiting for from the professor. Please. Yes, we see it. Please continue, Professor. Are you there, Doctor Pierpont? We could not hear your voice. Your mic is mute. We cannot see hear your voice. You open your mic, please. We see your slide presentation, but we cannot hear your voice.
hello. Can you hear my voice?
Now we hear. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Please
Yeah,
speed
sorry
up
for
your presentation.
yes. PBL result has constantly shown that TM Moran is a useful tool for wide range of technology. And in my study, I used passive usefulness. Is passive usefulness is and how someone feel about utilizing a specific method to perform better on it. And and then passive EOSU is a degree to which a person feels that using a particular system work require little effort and be categorized by a less or complexity or difficulty. Yes, that's why passive is also used based on that effort of the user to work mobile wallet. And another dimension is trust. Trust is Otherwise, is one party expectation or willingness to participate in a transaction with another. And mobile wallet is a financial method. That's why trust is very important for mobile wallets user. Today, there are many fraud and many fraud for digital. This is the risk of digitalization. That's why partial risk indicate that e-wallet transaction may have an impact on user feeling. For example, such as worry, concern, discomfort, uncertainty, something like that. This is the definition of very bad in my research. And according to previous research, there is a some or utility for mobile wallet. These user tend to use this mobile wallet more, and consumer are more likely to tend to apply such a fit technology system when they believe that they has a convenient risk. Moreover, the risk is also one of the most important factors to predict the adoption of mobile wallet, according to previous researcher. And trust is also very important for mobile wallet because it's uncommon technological interaction, and also it also has a personal connection. And according to previous research, these four factors are very crucial for adoption process. That's why my study proposed for hypothesis. The first one is passive ease or use has a significant positive impact on intention to use, and the second is passive usefulness has a significant positive impact on intention to use, and the third hypothesis is a passive rate. This a significant and negative impact on intention to use. And then the last hypothesis is trust has a significant positive impact on intention to use of mobile wallet. And this slide show method of my study. The first one is a population. We use the population, but for the study is KBSA user in Myanmar, because KBSA is the most popular mobile wallet in Myanmar with over 10 million users. That's why primary data are collected from KBSA user by using company assembly method, by sharing the Google form questionnaire from social media. And that's why a respondent is defined as a KBSA user who utilize the KBSA within the past month. And 245 respondents are usable for my research after including questionnaire with missing and incomplete data, and then that this to achieve the result objective regression analysis was used to get the result. According to the result, female respondent is higher than the number of male respondent. So that's why the majority of the respondent in the study are female, and more the respondent are between 20 and 30-year-old, and more the respondent get income between 2,000 jet and 400,000 jets. This slide shows the regression result to explain the impact of passive usefulness, passive ease of use, passive risk, and trust on intention to use. According to this result, there are three factors has a significant impact on intention to use, and passive risk has not a significant impact on intention to use or mobile wallets. The third is the most significant factor for intention to use mobile wallet. That's why trust is a very significant factor for intention to use mobile wallet. This is also consistent with previous research. That show in this slide. That's why mobile wallet user prioritize reliability and ability for the usage of a mobile wallet. The second most significant factor is basic ease of use, and that's why basic ease of use also a very important factor for mobile wallet user. This finally also consistent with previous reason. Now, that's why mobile wallet user, mobile wallet provider need to convenient for their mobile wallet user. And passive usefulness also has a significant impact on intention to use mobile wallet. This result also consistent with prior result, and that's why mobile wallet provider need to provide useful features such as pay payment, easy pay payment for pay service provider for certain education, for entertainment. But since passive risk is not had a significant impact on intention to you. This is also consistent with the previous result. I think this is the situation for mobile wallet user in Myanmar because they prior passive is all used and trust. That's why passive risk and defect are different passive usefulness and these passive risks are very opposite factor because because we emphasize on passive is all use. It had the little chance for security. That's why passive risk and passive is all use are very different factor. According to the result, my result has an implication for the mobile wallet provider because trust passive is also usefulness has a significant impact on mobile wallet user. That's why manager and industry stakeholder needs to prioritize the establishment and maintenance of user trust as a center focus, and then utilizing say transparent practice in one wallet of operation need to install confidence in user. Mobile wallet provider also need to provide user experience because passive is also passive usefulness specialized user got experience for the mobile wallet. My side also theoretical contribution. Because the study confirm the validity of GM model and explain the motive behind mobile wallet adoption in Myanmar. The study also finally contribute to the advanced theoretical knowledge on how emerging market, particularly in Myanmar, and how to contribute technology in the realm of financial innovation. Although my study had managerial implication and theoretical contribution, is had a limitation because it survey only capable user by using convenient sampling method. That's why the finding will be limited. And this study also only focused on one wallet user. That's why it's does not cover electronic payment, other electronic payment system. That's why the scope may not capture the broader landscape of digital payment preference. My study also only focused on passive ease or use, passive usefulness, and passive risk and threat to predict the intention of mobile wallet. That's why future research need to add more factor to cover more influencing factor. That's all for my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Please give me your suggestion and recommendation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ang. This is very interesting paper. Now, I would like to ask the participant to share the question and comment, please. May I have one question. Sorry, maybe I'm missing. I was very surprised that the risk did not have impact on the using the wallet. I wondering how do you measurement of the risk and the trust when you ask the people, because in the Lao culture we don't really say it very frankly what is happened, especially something sensitive. So this is my question. Yeah. And
Yeah,
may I keep more another question, then you're going to answer. Any question? Okay, now please, Professor Ang, Dr. Ang. Yeah.
yeah, thank you for your question. Yes, the factor in my study are maybe sensitive. So I use the question from previous study for the variable in my study, and the question are 5 point like a question from strongly disagree to strongly agree. Yes, then I ask the respondent with 5 point like a key question. Yes.
Okay, I see. Interesting. Yeah, any question, Professor? Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Ang. I think it's an excellent presentation. And now I would like to move on to the next presenter, Dr. Nita Herita from Palayanka Catholic University. I'm sorry, my pronunciation is bad.
Okay, yes, sure.
The title is The Banking in Indonesia, Managing Fund Risk Management. Yeah, very interesting topic. Yeah, please.
Okay, thanks for the time. So, introduce myself. My name is Nita Hernita, and I want to presentation about banking in Indonesia. That share screen. Okay.
Yet we see your slide.
Okay.
Make the slideshow.
Nah.
Okay.
I will do presentation about banking in Indonesia in managing risk management. So I have table of content. So the first I can do phenomenon, second is method, and third is result. So the first is phenomenon, change in change in various government sector are currently occurring in various countries after COVID-19. The economy is the most significant sector in its change. Bank loan restructuring is a solution provided to the community to maintain economic stability in society. Banks are considered capable of controlling economic cycle throughout the world, especially Indonesia. In practice, banks have become one of the institutions with the highest level of fraud committed by practitioners. Fraud in the banking world is increasing, especially cases of fraud. The Asia Pacific region suffered an average financial loss of 195,000 per incident, making it the third highest region in the world in terms of number of fraud cases, with 198 cases reported ACFE in 2020. In Asia and Pacific country, property theft is responsible for 74% of all fraud incidents, making it the most common type of fraud scam in the region. Fraudulent practice in the banking sector can result in significant financial loss for bank, investor, and economy as a whole. Indonesia is one of the countries in Asia that experienced banking fraud cases. In the period from semester 1 to 2020 to semester 1 2021, the Financial Service Authority, or OJK, received a 7.087 report of fraud case in the banking industry. Around 71.6% of cases occurred in state-owned public banks and 28% in private bank and 0.3% in foreign bank. The total loss experienced by bank due to cybercrime case in that period reached 246.5 billion. Meanwhile, from the customer side, loss were recorded at 11.8 billion ADR. And banks are required to implement risk management by strengthening several aspects, namely active management supervision, organizational structure, and accountability. Banks are trusted financial institution for the public to store customer savings, so vigilance is needed against fraud that can occur. Risk management is an important element in running a business. The main target in implementing risk management is to protect the company against loss that will arise. Fraud is the activity of people within an organization to take advantage of themselves or a group. One important aspect of good bank internal control in the effectiveness of anti-fraud strategy is control and monitoring. Most of the risks of fraud that occur are carried out by bank employees, and there are also many officials who commit acts of corruption in carrying out their works. And the fraud is the Association of Certified Fraud Examiner, which is the largest anti-fraud organization in the world, define fraud as any activity that relies on deception to achieve profit. Meanwhile, external fraud comes from outside the company, such as double invoicing, overbilling, bribery, or fraud regarding agreements. From an accounting perspective, fraud is a mistake in the fact of bookkeeping in financial reports. Fraud that commonly occur in increasing the recognition of income and inventory, or income maximization, or income smoothing and earning management. Meanwhile, transaction fraud is usually carried out of debt or conversion of company asset into personal assets, such as transferring company asset and unreal debt. The Association of Certified Fraud Examiners describe the classification of fraud in a fraud tree. Fraud tree is a method of presenting a taxonomy or classification of various forms of fraud into three groups, namely corruption, misuse of asset, and financial statement fraud. Fraudulent statements are fraudulent financial engineering carried out by company or government official or executive to cover up true financial condition in order to gain profit.
Corruption is a type of fraud that is difficult to detect because it tends to involve many parties such as bribery, acceptance of risk management. Risk management theories state that risk management can be done in various ways as follows. The first is to avoid risk where the company does not carry out activity that pose risk. And the next way is to reduce risk, namely the company minimize the opportunity and impact of the risk of fraud. And third is transfer of risk to another party to bear the risk. And fourth is accepting the risk without taking further action to compensate for the risk that must be taken. And 50 as exploiting risk by taking risk in other action, which is the result of proactive decision to take new risk because they have superior area. This is about risk management. Type and principle of risk management is divided into three, namely preventive, detective, and responsive risk management. Preventive risk management means that the company prevents fraud by identifying weakness in the company system and improving internal control, especially in areas where the system is weak. Company can detect corporate fraud through access control review, physically security, and control testing. Meanwhile, for responsive risk management, Begelman and Erdos state that organization must be equipped with internal fraud investigator as a response strategy to fraud in order for the implementation of fraud risk management to run effectively. 5 fraud management principles must be taken into account, namely fraud risk governance, fraud risk assessment, fraud control activity, fraud investigation and corrective action, and fraud risk management monitoring activity. Method. This research used a qualitative descriptive analysis method. With this method, the research result as described in narrative form. This research used non-numerical secondary data by collecting various supporting information in report, big journal, and reliable website. The information we take is information about management regarding the risk of fraud impacting companies. And about the results, pandemic COVID-19 earned impact, which very significant to economy Indonesia, starting from change in world supply chain to the decline in foreign investment into Indonesia, decline the K-ASEAN through slowdown growth economy, which decreased from 5.02% in 2019 to 2.77% in 2020. Slowing growth, this economy is also accompanied by an increase in the number of employed, which according to World Bank data increased from 5.28% on year 2070 become 70.07% on year 2020. In Indonesia, the COVID-19 pandemic has increased enormous economic uncertainty better than become wrong. One reason may don't trust self-investor who impact on the follow investment which done uncertainty which happen consequence pandemic COVID-19 happen in diverse aspects, start from getting income until termination connection work, so that society on generally respond issue the with become selective and use money. Triangle fraud theory, which has put forward based on Donald R. Cressy theory in Endang Ratnawati research. There are 3 causes of fraud in company, namely pressure, opportunity, and rationalization. The pressure factor can be a trigger for fraud because there is an intention and encouragement from within a person to commit the fraud. Aside from that, there are opportunity factors, which are one of the causes of fraud. Opportunity is a condition both from within and outside the company that support it, making it possible and providing great opportunity for perpetrator to commit fraudulent acts. Not only that, another factor is the rationalization or justification factor. This factor can trigger fraud when the perpetrator has a wrong mindset where wrong action are considered right and right action are actually considered wrong. Fraud is a type of deception that is deliberately carried out so that it causes loss to the injured party without really releasing it and provide benefit to the perpetrator of the fraud. The impact that can occur if you commit fraud in banking is decline in the company reputation so that the company will experience loss, public distrust of banking, and other negative impact. The impact of fraud in banking can be felt by internal and external parties. For internal parties, if the number of fraud increases, the banking operation will be disrupted. Meanwhile, for external party, act of fraud can reduce customers' sense of trust in the bank to the point that they do not trust the bank because customers feel financial disadvantage. Throughout 2023, the Financial Service Authority has completed 17 investigation cases filed into financial crime cases. Most of these cases originate from the banking sector. Deputy Chairman of the OJK, Board of Commissioner Mirja Adit Yaswara, detailed that the 17 cases consisted of 4 non-bank financial industry cases and 30 bank cases. Meanwhile, this October, OJK investigators were handling 26 cases. Of these cases, some are still in the review and investigation stage. In detail, 14 cases come from banking, 4 cases from the capital market, and 8 cases from IT and B. And Bank Indonesia further wrote that there are 4 pillars in implementing a fraud control system, which are interrelated, namely prevention, detection, investigation, reporting, and sanction, monitoring, evaluation, and follow-up. The first pillar, namely prevention, aims to reduce the potential for fraud to occur, which include anti-fraud awareness, identification of vulnerability, and know your employee. The second pillar in implementing fraud control, which include the tool used to identify and discover fraud incident, is detection. The third pillar is monitoring, evaluation, and follow-up. Monitoring is a follow-up to fraudulent action in accordance with bank internal provision or applicable law. And thank you. I think this presentation from me.
Thank you, Nita, for your excellent presentation. Interesting topic. Now I would like to open the floor for discussion. Some comment from the floor, please. Any comment and suggestion? Yeah, I think this is very interesting paper, but we did not see the detail on how do you collecting the data and information, and how do you measurement the what we see, the phone leach management, something like that. I think this is, if you can explain a little bit more detail, I think this is going to make this very clear.
Thank you.
Any more comment and so on?
May I ask you a simple question? In Korea, unlike to Indonesia, maybe the fraud may take place more in insurance area than banking side. Could you give us any specific concrete examples of fraud taking place in Indonesia, who commits the fraud, the bank employee or consumers or both sides?
Sorry.
I would like to know more about the concrete examples. What kind of fraud take place in Indonesia? I'm wondering what you mean by the fraud in real cases.
Wait. In Indonesia.
Yeah.
Indonesia about a case of the bank or.
Professor Chong, yeah, please. Maybe some internet problem. Professor Chong, could you repeat the question again?
Yeah, my question was about what you mean by fraud. The fraud in Indonesia is conducted by the employee in the bank. How do they commit the fraud? Do bank employees deceive customers in some way, or third party may commit fraud against consumers or bank employee, something like that?
Wait.
Yeah, that's right.
Wait.
Definition of the fraud.
Definition of tapi tadi tuh terus
Yeah, yes, and Nita, is Professor Chong also asked how is mainly is about the definition. How do you measurement on the font?
Definition of management risk. From the if the look from definition of risk management from the Association of Certified Fraud Examiner describe the classification of fraud in fraud tree. Fraud tree is a method of presenting a taxonomy or classification of various forms of fraud into three groups: anomaly, corruption, misuse of asset, and financial statement fraud. I think this.
I see. Thank you. Yeah, because this is your very important variable. So your definition this is very important. Without the clear definition on that, it is difficult to judge the what is really default, right?
Okay.
I think this is very good try and difficult topic and very hard to get the data and information. I think this is very good. Okay, thank you, Nita.
Sir, thank you.
So I think I can manage the time well. So we're going to have a last take a break about 10 minutes and come back again. Yeah, because of some of you might be go to some washroom, something like that. Yeah, take a break 10 minutes and come back. Thank you. Yes, you are the next presenter. So now I come back and as you know that this is because of the time difference between the Korea and Laos and Thai, Southeast Asia. So some of the presenter participants might be get hungry. So that's why I gave them only 10 minutes to have quick lunch. Okay. Now I would like to move to the next presenter. May I invite the Professor Titiwadi, if I correct, Sayawat from Chulalongkorn University to give the paper on the impact of climate change on risk management in life crop insurance in Thailand. Please, Professor. Thank you.
May I share the screen?
Yes, we see that.
Okay, right. Good afternoon, all professors and participants. My paper today is related to the impact of the climate change on risk management in the rice crop insurance in Thailand. All of my series of the presentation is first come with the introduction and the purpose of the study, disaster relief program from the Thai government, and the current rice crop insurance scheme in Thailand. And then we move on the data and methodology that try to evaluate on the climate change risks, and then on the results and discussion, and finally on the conclusion and recommendations. So first, about on the rice for Thailand is very crucial because we export a lot, and we are the second exporter of the rice in the world, following India. And for the areas of the cultivation is almost like 50% of the farmland in Thailand, and it's cover like almost 70% of the household of the farmer for all family in Thailand. So it's very crucial in terms of population, in terms of the areas of cultivation, and even also on the Thai's economy. Even though in the past, for the GDP is derived from agriculture a lot, but recently we try to move like almost 10 to 15 years, we try to move to more industrialized. So the less power of the rice contribute to the GDP somehow is still very crucial though. However, recently, as you know, that the world also facing on the climate change risk, and Thailand cannot live without, cannot sneak away from that. So we also face on the climate change risk as well, and it's have the impact a lot on agricultural sector. We face on the floods, on the droughts, cyclones sometimes. So it's have a lot of adverse effect on the agricultural sector. And about 5 years ago, Thailand has committed to the UN for the sustainability. So the Thai government tried to come up with the insurance or the way to manage the risk for the farmers to be, give us to be more sustainable in the economy. So it's very crucial that the Thai government try to support on the budget that contribute to the farmers who face on the loss, and also try to push more on the agricultural insurance scheme, especially on the rice. So we come up with about like 15 years ago of the national rice crop insurance. Somehow is not being legislation yet. It's kind of the program, annually programming from year to year. So it's have to go through the cabinet to make an approval. And for the last year, we have changed on the government. So in the sadly on the year 2023, there's no budget has been released on the premium subsidy. And another problem that we face that right now we use on the indemnity base. And on the indemnity base rice crop insurance, we use on the name perils. And that's caused a lot of problem because it have to be specific on the perils only that has been named on the insurance policy. All else that perils or other else that happen, it's not going to be covered. So that means the scheme may be not appropriate because we have like in Thailand on this, the farm is very small and it's also far away from the Bangkok area, which normally the insurance company will located in the middle of the country. So we face a lot of the administrative costs that try to prove on the loss. So I think that the viable crop insurance that appropriate more should be adopted in the future. And many research has been researching about like index yield, index crop insurance, for example, like an area yield, something like that. And another problem is also faced by the insurance company that they face on the high loss ratio, which I will show you later. And of course that if it's like the national program and if they get loss from the very high loss ratio, it's very reluctant for them to participate in the program. So I think that on the risk management from the government and also participated with the private insurer should be focused more on the managing on the catastrophe which drive from the extreme climate change. So the purpose of the study is that I try to investigate that whether in the future we're going to face more on the extreme precipitation or not. And of course, the rice need only some certain amount of water. If the excess water, it will die somehow. So seeing the precipitation would likely to pinpoint that we're going to face on the flood issue or not. And also seeing on the daily precipitation, it would link to the in the past also that did the government have to spend a lot on the disaster relief program or not, that they lose a lot of, like use a lot of money on the budgeting to pay for the farmers who are facing the loss or not. And also looking on the statistics of the loss ratio of the rice insurance crop in the past as well, that whether it's, like the insurer facing on the problem of the loss or not. So I would go with the government disaster relief program and then look at the statistics of the rice crop insurance in Thailand in the past. So you can see that this is like the statistics from the disaster relief program that the government used their budget to pay for the farmers that face any kind of loss. So in 2011, we faced on the huge flood and the government have to spend a lot of money, like 30 billion baht, something like that. So it's kind of a lot of money. And it's, of course, did not very much efficient because the money just go through the farmers without passing to the insurance at all. So after that, the government think that it's maybe not efficient to just, like pay directly to the farmer. So we adopt on the agriculture insurance program since 2011. So on the insurance rice crop, we have adopted after that. And you can see that from this issue, on the flooding only, that the farm has been lost. It's like 30 million baht, 30 million US dollar from in year 2017. And it's quite still a lot, if not as high as the loss in the 2017 is still like almost 10 million US dollar. So it's kind of the problem from the flooding to the rice, paddy rice. On the rice crop insurance in Thailand recently, it's kind of the top up insurance scheme. So you can see that from the cost of cultivation, about 5,000 baht per rai, the government subsidize some amount of the money. It's about like 33%. And then all else in the tier 1 and tier 2, it's kind of the farmer gets subsidized from the premium subsidy from the government. And then on the top, about like 30%, the farmer, if they would like to, cover for all of the cost of cultivation, they have to use their own pocket to pay for the insurance premium. This is kind of the data that's showing you that on the loss ratio, you can see that it's pretty swing. And then I show you in the graph later, somehow you can see that it's like more than 100% in some years, and then, quite a lot. And also in the year 2022, it's kind of 70%. So it's kind of the burden for the insurer that they did not get profit. So it's very reluctant for the insurer to participate. On the penetration ratio, you can see that Thailand very successful in penetration ratio, very much percentage of the farmer participate. Somehow in year 2022, it's kind of declining. And also, as I told you that in 2023, it should be less because there is no premium subsidy. And the loss ratio is pretty swing. You can see that the average is like, almost 100%. So we need on the effective on the risk management, especially on the catastrophe, if the loss ratio is like go beyond 50 or 60%. Another problem that we face that on the recent crop insurance is that we use on the calamity based insurance scheme. That means in each area, they have to announce that they face on this disaster and it's going to treat for the whole area to be totally lost. Somehow after they make a declaration of the total loss, they still face on the processing, like operational risk somehow that is very delayed. So the farmer will get paid maybe like using about 3 months. So the farmer did not satisfy with kind of the process like this. It should be improved more to lessen on the time of the claim payment. And then I go to the methodology to show you that, if I would like to know that whether the Thailand in the future going to face on the extreme climate change, on the flooding or not. So in this paper, the data is adopted by on the satellite data that they collect about 10 years ago on the data of the daily precipitation in the whole provinces in Thailand. But in my analysis, I would like to use only 2 provinces that are located in the Moon River, very close to Laos also, that in this area is a huge area that they do on the rice cultivation. And on the data that on the methodology that I use that on the extreme value theory that used on the generalized Pareto distribution, because I think that on the daily precipitation, it's kindly of independent. So GPD may be more appropriate. And under the peak over the threshold, so that means we're going to find some threshold precipitation. And then if the real rainfall is over that precipitation, it should follow on the GPD. And then I will test on the Kolmogorov-Smirnov test whether it's really significant or not. Okay, and then on the result, you can see that on the data, this is like in the Ubon Ratchathani, one province that do the rice cultivation in the huge area. We have 2 stations that collect on the data. On the threshold, we find that it's only 33 millimeters per day. And it's follow on the exponential distribution, and the Kolmogorov-Smirnov test say that, well, it's we cannot reject on the hypothesis. So that means they follow on the GPD extreme value and have the exponential distribution. Another province that I analyze is onศรีสะเกษ, very close to Ubon Ratchathani, and it has only 1 station. And again, is follow on the exponential, and per day of the threshold is only 24 millimeters. And then I use on the return period. That means any 1 day within the 10 years period or 50 years period, how much or how large of the precipitation would be. So you can see that it's kind of the about 11 centimeters. It's a lot over on the threshold. And you can see that on the rice cultivation, the need for the 3 months is only like 50 centimeters. So that's kind of the huge amount of the precipitation. That means we have the high risk that facing on the flooding in the future. So in conclusion and recommendation, I think that we can see clearly from the testing of the data that in the southeast of Thailand, we're going to face on the climate change risk, on the flooding. So the expected huge rainfall, of course, they're going to have a lot of problem on the rice insurance scheme if we still use the old one or the recent one as indemnity-based insurance. And also, if the government did not step in on the catastrophe fund to subsidize for the insurer, it may cause a lot of problem because the private insurer may not interested in participating because they face a lot of the high loss ratio. So that means reinsurance or the catastrophe fund is very crucial on the risk management process in the future. And if the government subsidize, the private insurer may, have more interested in to participate, and then they would offer for the rice insurance to the farmer. And of course, they have the risk management insurance coverage to hedge on that risk. And on the viable rice insurance scheme, maybe right area yield rice crop insurance may be more appropriate than the recent one that we use. And a lot of the studies have been studied in the small farm like in Thailand or in other area, and area yield proved to be more appropriate. That's all my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Titivati, for excellent presentation. Now I would like to open the floor for discussion. Please. Professor, thank you. That this is a very interesting paper. I think this very good study because of the as you know, Thai is very rice export is very important for Thailand. But I maybe it's not related with your result. Why the new government did not come up with not continuously support the rice insurance? Yeah, because of I think this is a very important one.
Professor Pupet, thank you for your question. I think that's very crucial to the Thai farmers as well, that they would like to know also. And another of my research that because for the recent program, as I told you that it's not as a legislation yet, it's not like, being regulation yet. It's just like the project that have to approve year by year by the government cabinet. So that means there is no strong commitment in terms of the legal term. So that's why after we change, during on the mid-year of the government cabinet, so it's not like continuous, they cannot approve on the budgeting in time. So that's why in the year of the 2023, there is no budgeting enough to announce for the farmers. And on my study, another study that we get the fund from the Office of Insurance Commission, we propose that it should go for the legislation to be, like a long-term commitment for the government, and they cannot deny, even though we change on the government cabinet.
Yeah, that is very important point. But yeah, because of we are not really facing the list of the climate change, but list of the governance of the government also very important part. And yeah, Professor Chong, do you have any comment and suggestion?
Yeah, if I may, is there any possibility for the 10 ASEAN countries to collaborate or collaborate to resolve the disaster problem or the risk in certain way?
For the ASEAN to collaborate with what kind of the things?
For instance, to replace the reinsurance scheme.
Oh, okay. Yes. I think so. I think that we try to do for the kind of the ASEAN reinsurance, as you suggest. I think that they success in some certain point, but yeah, it's not, like go very successful yet. But I think, yeah, you make a good point that because of the money that like one specific country have is limited, but if we join for the pool of the fund, it would be help in terms of the financial terms and also on the diversifying risk as well. Yes, thank you for your question and recommendation.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Tibati. I have one friend who work in the Thammasat University, Dr. Natapong, also use the satellite data doing some research. If you have some micro data of the insurance life corp scheme insurance and try to matching with the satellite data, I think is going to be excellent paper that we can publish in many good journals. Thank you. Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. Now I would like to move to, this is going to be my paper. Yes. I asked Professor Chung to be the chair. It's better. Now Professor Chung is with me in the next in the room. So I think this is better. Yeah, please, Professor.
Okay, if you insist, although you can go both. Okay. Let me introduce Dean and Professor Pupet from National University of Laos. He is very good administrator, university academician and administrator, and he has written so many papers in economy in very distinguished journal. Today we will have another interesting presentation of Professor Dean Bupen. Now, floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Jung, for your introduction. So, I would like to share with you my paper that I wrote about the. It is not really newspaper, but for now, I think it is quite news. The study is related with the impact of digital technology adaptation of the micro and small medium enterprise before the COVID, and how much is going to impact on the SME performance. So that as you know that during the COVID, it's have significant impact on Lao economy. Before, Lao economy is economic growth is about 5% per year, more than that. Now dropped to 0.5 and maybe 2% and 3%. That and that going to lead to more poverty and widen income gap for the Laos. And so that's why I think another issue that we are facing is Laos is more rely on the resource sector, like mining and hydropower sector. So it's going to have the deficit problem that so that's why how we can cope with this issue, we need to diversify um, our economy. One of diversify the economy is to SME, micro and small enterprise is playing very important role. And so therefore, we would like to know that whether that the digital technology used from the SMB have significant or not. Because now currently the Lao government we try to promote the digital economy. Now we have the national strategy and the plans on that. But until now, don't have much study related with issue. So that's why I think this is quite important for conducting this research. So here is the mainly objective of Laos, and we try to estimate the digital use, how it's going to impact on the SME, the performance, productivity. Yeah, here is the SME policy that we have quite very clear. The decree and the law and regulation and so on, we try to promote the SME development. But is we have the plan, vision plan. One of this one is you try to promotion productivity and technology innovation. So that's why we still have the question how we can promote that productivity and technology innovation. So that's why I think this study could answer some policy for the Lao government. So I'm skipped it because of in Lao the SME very small. It is high, small and micro enterprise. Is count about the 80% of the own enterprise in the Laos. And in addition, we can see that National Digital Strategy Plan and to 2030 That we have the 7 strategy. One of them is use digital technology that try to promote SME to use that. But in addition, we also they have 13 program. In 17, support and promotes small and medium enterprise for business services also very important for the government policy. So we would like to test this hypothesis to whether it is impact or not. Right? So if you look at digital economy development in Laos, we still really lag behind of the ASEAN country in many indicators in terms of individual use, internet, mobile, description, and so on. So and currently, even though the policy have the policy, but it seems that private sector seem to go move faster than government policy now try to do. Now we have the payment online, and we have taxi app, Gloco, and so on. That the private sector they very actively developing that. The problem of digital economy that what we have number of very challenging, including the infrastructure, including the capacity, and so on that that we have. So now when we look at the literature, try to capture the ICT use or impact on productivity, we can see that number of study. It is not new. It is many countries already done it using the ligation model and panel data analysis and another model and so on. That is, and the result is come up with quite interesting. Some is depend on the Bible, depend on the uh, um, they have quite a number of indicator to measurement the ICT use. And but for us, we have the Lao economic census in 2019 before the COVID. It is quite large number of the data set that what we have, and we dividing into small, micro, and enterprise to see how this is impact on the firm productivity. Here is the methodology that we have. um, the firm productivity and related with the number of the factor including ITC use, human capital, another factor, and so on. So characteristic of the firm, and this is the control variable that we want to control that. And here is the framework, because as we see in the literature that they have many indicator to measurement of ICT. So we do some principal component index to combine on the indicator to be one indicator, because to make it easy for us to make interpretation. And yeah, that is the definition of viable. That what we have. The information technology, we divide to 11 one by dummy. First, internet, computer, server, accountant, e-commerce, mobile program, another program, website, mobile app, QR code, and bank app. Whether they use this or not in the running the business, something like that. And here is our descriptive about the arrival that we have. When we come to the result, it is not surprised, but quite surprised that the all indicator have significantly impact on the firm productivity. The productivity is measurement by output divided by um, total labor. We can see that even though the firm have firm use server and computer and selling and website and mobile app have significantly impact on the productivity. But surprisingly, the firm use another program, and sometimes it is about the using the QR code payment don't really have much impact. So that it is so that's why when we want to come up with conclusion, it's quite difficult to say. So that's why we combine on indicator to be one indicator. So that another factor, yeah, this is surprisingly, we can see that the gender is, if the female gender is more productive than men. So that maybe in the Thailand too, the female, if the owner or director, is significant impact. And another, yeah, that access to the finance and so on, that is the control variable that we try to look at. Yeah, now we look and the C, the trade and services, manufacturing, and agriculture sector also is because by different characteristic of each sector, the ITC would also have quite significantly impact on them. We see that agriculture sector seem to did not have significant impact on that kind of ITC use, but only mostly we can find only in the trade and services and manufacturing sector that have the ITC use variable have play very important role to improve productivity. So that now we, yeah, yes, this is the for the micro enterprise. Yeah, this one also quite interesting because I was quite surprised because um, the large enterprises, it seems that they don't really have some impact on the ITC use. I don't know how to interpret this one, but only the micro one is very paying very important role. And second thing is the small one. Yeah, the ITC use seem to be have many variable have impact on that. And even though the medium enterprise, but maybe because of in the large enterprise we have quite small sample size, so that's why we want to drop it out. Did not include in this paper because of the sample size is quite small, so we cannot see the clear picture of ITC impact on the productivity. So when we come to the component index on the ICT principal component index, we combine on indicator that we have two together. We can see that ICT index play very important role impact on productivity in the full sample size. And for the sector too, the on sector also playing very important. It's significant. This is mean that ICT use play very important role to promote increasing productivity in trade in services sector and manufacturing and agriculture sector. When we move to this, also the firm size, micro, small, medium, and not large, but yeah, it's playing very important role, especially the micro and small enterprise, but medium not really much. So that maybe due to sample size and so on, and we expect that should be the significant, but this is not. So that this is interesting how we can interpret that one. So I come up to the conclusion that we can say that digital technology adoption play important to the firm in on sample size especially for the trade and service, manufacturing, agriculture, and especially micro and small enterprises. So that's why the government need to have promotion on the financial incentive and more subsidy on training and program to them to promote more small and medium enterprise use ITC technology. And in addition, also need to support e-commerce, digital marketing, digital literacy initiative, something like that should be promoted. So that is on for my presentation for today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Pupe, for your presentation on digital technology adoption, which seems to have a significant influence or impact on the productivity of most of the area or the industry sector, except a few outliers maybe. Okay. Do you have any question or comment on Professor Pupe's presentation?
My name is Kwan Son. Yeah, Kwan Son. I work for the Samsung Microcredit Institute, ex the Samsung Finance Institute. So Professor Pufe just the analysis very interesting. As you know, the Korean industry, we are ICT technology applied for various industry. The trade and service and the finance institute also is a farm agriculture business. We call it the smart farm industry. It is very new regime for the progress of the first stage of industry in Korea. As you know, the Korean industry structure is already transferred to the dependency is already to the service and the IT technology. But the agriculture industry also is adapting the new technology, ICT, as you analyze in the case of Laos economies. But my question is this: ICT is a positive impact to the productivity of the Laos economy, trade and service, and the normal the economy and the agriculture. But during your papers, I remember 37 page. ICT is all industry is a positive impact, but the agriculture is negative. Can you? Oh no. Oh sorry. Sir. I didn't see the small sign. Yeah, positive. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Also is yeah, it's like that is not my question. Yeah, also thank you. Yeah. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Son, for your question. Any other question?
Professor Chung,
Yes, go ahead, Professor Titibadi.
Yes. Professor Pupet, I think that is very interesting to see on your analysis. And I think that I agree with you that on the result, especially on this page, you saying that your analysis finds that the nationality of the entrepreneur, if they were the Chinese, they would use more, right, on the digital. And it's very interesting, and I think I do agree with that.
Yes. And also the woman is very productive. So I'm thinking to write a new paper on this too.
Yeah,
so
this is a surprise though to me. I thought that men would be more active though.
Yes.
Yeah. In Thailand, maybe it's different. I'm not sure. Yeah, you can do on the comparative study.
Yeah, that is very interesting paper. Yes, thank you.
Another surprise, Professor Pupet. At first I thought that trade would be more active, like in digital, than in the agricultural sector. Yeah, but I think that yeah, on this one, when we see on the coefficient, right?
Yeah.
Another page. Yeah, another
Mhm.
page. We see on the coefficient on the agriculture, it's higher coefficient than the trade.
Yeah.
On page 37, I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
That, yeah, 37. That's right. This page.
That's true.
That's true. When we look at the coefficient, I think this is quite surprisingly a lot. Why is agriculture? Yeah, it is more higher than manufacturing and trade in services sector. So that is another question that I don't really have the clear answer. Yeah, if you have, please help me.
I don't have the answer either. Yeah, just surprised that, I mean, on my intuition.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, we try to find out the reason behind that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further question? It is the cross-sectional analysis to see the difference between the ICT taker and non-taker. Is that right?
Yeah. Okay. Now,
Now I switch from Professor Chung to be the chair again. May I invite the lecturer, young lecturer from our Faculty of Economic and Business Management, Mr. Ponsili, to give the presentation on determinant factor of tourist expenditure in Lao PTR. Mr. Ponsili also, I also the co-author in this paper, so that yeah, if we have the question, I also want to jump in to answer this. Thank you. Yes, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Pukes, and everyone, and thank you so much for having me here to present my paper in this forum. My name is Pong Sili, and I am the co-author of this paper, and my presentation will be about the
slideshow. Show the slideshow, please.
Okay. Hope
No, we cannot see.
You cannot see?
Yeah.
Is this work now?
No. Oh, I think I did not stop my. I can upload. Let's see. Let me see. Could you try, Pong? One more. You have to double click the screen. Open first and try to link with it. Oh, they have some internet problem. Okay. Okay.
Is anyone can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, but please upload the show the slide. Double click in the screen. I don't know why. So no problem, Pong. I can show the slide for you. You just stop it. I
Okay.
have the slide. Here? Yes, that's right. Can you see it? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Everyone can see it, Professor? Okay, please start.
Okay. Let's start from the yes, my presentation will be about the determinant factor of tourist expenditure in Laos. Okay, let's start from introduction. Next slide, please. As we know that tourism sector is very important for macroeconomic stability in all of the country, including least developing country. Tourism revenue is also one of the main source of the foreign currency in Laos. If you look at the finger in the slide, we clearly see that the revenue from tourism declined significantly, especially in 2020. The declining in the revenue can have significant impact on the exchange rates and also inflation. And most of the empirical study on tourism sector found that the tourism drive economic growth. In addition to this, the tourism sector is also one of the key sectors for the government of Laos in order to promote economic growth and reduce the poverty. The average length of stay for international tourists is about 5 days per person in Laos, which is the lowest among all Asian countries. And also the average expenditure also low compared to other peer countries at the same time. And Laos tourism sector also facing many challenges, especially Laos is lack of the diversified source of tourists. Most of the international tourists are from Thailand and Malaysia, and yes, the average expenditure is low compared to other ASEAN countries. And also Laos we have a poor transportation and also poor human resources. And also we have the problem on ineffective marketing strategies. Based on, next slide, please. And for the literature review, we found as most of the study focus on the developing and developed country, and most of them use the multiple regression for determining the factor affect the tourist expenditure. And there are also some study using the quantile regression, showing also in the slide. And yes, there are few studies that focus on least developed country like Laos, and also there are also few studies on the tourism sector, especially in the case of Laos. And so this study we try to determine the factor affecting the tourist expenditure using the official data from Ministry of Information, Culture and Tourism. We use the survey from the tourist survey in 2019, and the total sample size is about 7 and 29. The target group is international tourists. For the model, we use the the multiple ligation and also the robustness check the result with the quantile ligation. The model is designed is based on the work of Wang 2006, who identified 4 distinct groups where the tourist expenditure is depend on constant social, demographic, tip related, and psychographic. Next, for the definition of variable, this is how we define the factor impact on the tourist expenditure. As we can see, we have socio-economic characteristic like gender, age, nationality, occupation, tip related, travel companion, travel transportation, and also travel arrangement. And we also have the tip related, including like quantity visited on the tip, the sort of information where they get the information about Laos, and the accommodation, domestic transport use, and we also use includes the psychographic characteristic like city visited like Vientiane capital and also Luang Prabang, something like that. And next slide, please. And this is the data description of our analysis. We clearly see that most of the tourists are male, and the nationality is European, and they work like the private company is cover about 69%, and also tip related. We can see that sort of the information is from website is quite high compared to other sort, and the psychographic characteristics like most of them are go to the Luang Prabang, something like that, and so on. And next slide, please. From the result of the multiple ligation, we learn the ligation by decompose the dependent variable into 5 groups, whereas total expenditure, transportation, expenditure on accommodation, expenditure on food and beverage, and other activity. From the multiple ligation, we clearly see that age, occupation as a private company and self-employed, and tip related like a travel companions, and transportation to the country, travel by air, and travel arrangements by themselves have a positive impact on the total expenditure. And in addition to this, we also see that the hotel, airplanes, and Vientiane capital and city visited like Vientiane capital and Luang Prabang have positive impact on the total expenditure of international tourists. But interestingly, that we see that the length of stay is negative impact on the total expenditure. That's very interesting. And next, we then do the quantile ligation to check the robustness of the result. We found a similar result to the multiple ligation, with age, occupation as a private company, travel by air, and travel arrangements by themselves have significant impact on the tourist expenditure, especially in medium and high quantile. And in addition to this, we also, okay, yes, next slide, please. In addition to this, we also found that hotel and airplanes like And Vientiane capital and Luang Prabang have significant impact on the total expenditure, especially in the medium and high quantile. For the conclusion, we found that eggs occupation as a private company, self-employed, and private arrangements by themselves or hotel and venture capital, and also Luang Prabang is a very important variable for total expenditure of international tourists. And for the recommendation, we suggest that the government should increase the number of flights in order to promote the tourism, including the flight international flight and domestic flight, increase the number of hotel, promote the activity, tourism activity in the Vientiane capital and also Luang Prabang, because this variable is a key. I think is a key to increase the tourist spending in when they come to Laos. In addition to this, the promotion of tourism for the own age people using the social media like Facebook and also Twitter and also website, online website. It also for advertisement is also important. And promoting the visiting of Luang Prabang, the World Heritage Site is also who's increase the tourist spending. And that's all for my presentation. And thank you very much for your kind attention. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pongsilly. You have for the fourth, I have any question and comment? Yeah, I think this paper is quite interesting because of the expenditure related with why the people come to Laos, even though Professor Chung, despite Professor have a lot of money but don't have much place to spend. That one thing is behind this is the Lao government, they try to restrict the services sector like a shop, restaurant, and travel agency, guest house, and so on for the local enterprise, local people. So that's why we cannot see much development on the tourist activity in the case of Laos. So that is one part of my VR suggestion that government should be eliminate the restriction on that one. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay. In my opinion, it's very important to increase the number of one-time tourist research. You may include kind of variables or the framework to consider the repeated tourist.
Yes.
For instance, this morning in my hotel and yesterday also, I saw so many Korean tourists to play golf in Laos. They are kind of repeated tourists.
Thank you very
Spending
much.
lots of money.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Jung, for the valuable comments. Thank you.
Your mic is mute. Yeah, you can answer to Professor Chung, please.
Professor Jung, could you repeat the question again, because I have some
I don't know why is we
connection
cannot
problem.
yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I'm Professor Data, so we try to analyzing more on that too. Now, right? Yeah, Pong? Yeah. Thank you so much, Professor,
Yes.
for your comment. Okay, now I think this is Pong, thank you. And I want to move to the next presenter. I think this is going to be the Dr. Kaisi Sitilat from National University of Laos. He going to give the presentation on monetary policy credibility and exchange rates part to selected ASEAN country, Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, and Thailand. Yeah, the floor is yours, Dr. Kaisi.
Hello. Good afternoon. Can you hear me, Dr. Puppet?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay. Wait a moment. Let me share the screen on my presentation.
Yes, we
Okay,
see the screen.
Okay.
Okay. Please make it slideshow bigger. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, Professor from Korea and from Laos, and other researcher. My name is K.C. Sritilat. I'm from Faculty of Economics and Business Management, National University of Laos. Today I would like to present my research topic about monetary policy credibility and exchange rate pass-through in some selected Asian countries, Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, and Thailand. And as you know, that monetary credibility, it will be something referred to the perceived of trustfulness and the credibility of the country's central bank and its monetary policy. If the central bank have done well for their monetary credibility, it will be can be maintains market confidence and the central bank's ability to maintain price stability and control inflation in the country. And but the credibility of the monetary policy is not that easy to measure to capture. There are so many ways, which is explaining about monetary credibility, uh, but most of them are usually use the inflation targeting is a key indicator of the monetary policy credibility. So as you see, like right now, many central bank they implement the monetary the inflation targeting to make their monetary policies more credibility. So as you know, not every country implement the inflation targeting. Just few of them, but some country is working. It can be control inflations, but some country implementation of the inflation targeting is not much effectively in controlling inflations. So my study is focusing on um, the impact of the monetary credibility and in the and the how the exchange rate it will be effect on the inflations comparing the inflation targeting and non-inflation targeting economics. So this picture is showing the country with the inflation targeting. There's a lot, so many countries, and they have the various inflation targeting rate in different regime. So, but in Asia, you know that just some country that implement inflation targeting. For example, Thailand and Vietnam just begin the last 5 or 6 years before. But for Laos and Cambodia, does not have inflation targeting yet. So my research questions is what is the credibility? What is the credibility of monetary policy by setting the inflation target or inflation targeting seen through the exchange rate in some Asian countries, Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam and Thailand. This is the overview of inflation and exchange rate in Asian country. We found that Laos has experienced very high inflations during 1990s, and also Cambodia, and also Thailand and Vietnam during the Asian financial crisis. And recently, Laos has faced very high inflation as well, and also exchange rate is much depreciated compared to other Asian countries. So I will move quickly to the conception framework. The conception framework, I would like to investigate that whether the country with the inflation targeting and non-inflation targeting, what is the impact of exchange rates will be passed through inflation of the country. So I use the internal factor is the inflation targeting as the dummy, and the output gap and interest rate money supply, and the external factor is world oil price. And this is my variable, which is including in the model. I use the inflation as the dependence variable, exchange rate, output gap, interest rate, and money supply, and the world oil price as the independence variable. So for my analysis, first I need to analyze the unit root task for all the series for 4 countries, and then I analyze the empower response functions to check the response of the variable if the other shocks and the variance decomposition. So this is the result of the unit root, because my investigations is want to analyze the dynamic response of the inflation to exchange rate. So that's why I'm not using the short-term and long-run analysis. I just focusing on the impact response functions. So this is the result. The first I try to show the response of inflations to the change of the exchange rate to expansionary monetary policies. We found that to contractionary monetary policy. From the results, we found that when the central bank increasing interest rate, the inflation is negatively respond in the case of Vietnam and Thailand, but not for Laos and Cambodia. For the Laos and Cambodia, inflation does not much respond on the contractionary monetary policy. When central bank increasing interest rate, inflation keeping increasing as well, and also it Laos when the central bank increasing interest rate, inflation still keep moving, still keep it increasing. That implies that contractionary monetary policy in the case of Cambodia and Laos is not much working effectively compared with the Vietnam and Thailand. And the next one is showing the response of inflation to exchange rate. The evidence show that inflation in Vietnam and Thailand is decline when is a little bit decline when exchange rate is depreciate. But for the case of Laos, the inflation is increasing since the beginning when the exchange rate is depreciated. But in the case of Cambodia, it's quite a little bit different compared with Laos. Even Cambodia does not implement the inflation targeting, but because the monetary situations environment in Cambodia is quite much different compared with Laos, because Cambodia is implement the almost fully dollarized country. When exchange rate is changing, it's not much, and then the exchange rate in Cambodia is quite more stable than the exchange rate in Laos. So in this case, we found that exchange rate pass through to inflation is quite strong. Is strong compared to Vietnam and Thailand, and also Cambodia. So that means And if we take a look at the variant decompositions, we also found is also support the analysis of impulse response function as well. So for the conclusions, find that the finding reveal a notable difference between the strength of exchange rate pass-through into inflation between countries with varying level of monetary policy creditability. For example, in the case of Laos, and also some evidence from Cambodia as well, because the monetary policy is not working effectively in the case of the Laos and Cambodia, which have lower monetary policy creditability or lack of the robust inflation targeting framework. And this contrast suggests that higher monetary policy creditability as seen in the country with established inflation targeting can mitigate the impact of exchange rate fluctuations on inflations. So this can reflect the real situations in Laos, what we face right now, that the inflation is very high, respond to the depreciation of exchange rate in the country. But the evidence of the Cambodia is not much strong compared to the case of Laos. So this is the we can, based on this finding, we can provide the policy recommendations for the policies maker that to stabilize exchange rates for those, and is quite important, and also to establish the monetary creditability framework is also very important. It will be can be minimize the impact of the exchange rates pass through inflation in the economies. So that's all for my presentation. If professor have any questions or comments, please feel free. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Kaisi, for your presentation. Now I would like to open the floor for the discussion. Any comment and suggestion? I have one question and one thing that is I wondering what is the variable that you use? Is this monthly data or monthly? And another question is how do you select it RAG variable? Because it is a very important item. And when you use this, as you see, you use the question is that if you see the unit of variable that you use, is you use the percentage, right? If you use the index on the real number or something, they have some might be different or not. It is just my comment and some question.
Okay, thank you, Professor Kubet. Yes, I use the inflation rate as the dependent variable. Yeah, I'm also thinking about. I will maybe sometimes I need to compare with the what's going to be happen if I use the CPI instead of inflation, and because we also using the output gap, so there the for the GDP, there is no any there is no variable for the quarterly data. So I just first at the beginning I use the time series, the annually data first, but I'm now training with the IMF. They have the quarterly data. Maybe I can try to use the quarterly data. I will be much more accurate than the annually yearly data.
Okay, Professor, they have some question and from the floor. Yeah, maybe no. I think is thank you, Dr. Kaisi, for your presentation. I think this is very good timely because Laos is have the problem with high inflation and devaluation of the kip. Now, it is good for the tourists from Korea and Japan and Thailand to come to visit us more because everything is cheap now. Thank you, Dr. Kaisi. Thank you so much.
And thank you. I cannot stay more because I have the other conference. Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you. Dr. Kaisi, okay. According to the agenda, it is going to be my presentation, right, Professor? Professor Chung and I are going to give the small presentation on the hosting international conference in Asia in Laos. So yes, let me show you. Can you see the PowerPoint? Professor, can you see the slide? Okay. We have announcement that very important announcement about the international conference, what we call the Asia Pacific Risk and Insurance Association. We're going to hold the conference in Laos in my faculty, the Faculty of Economic and Business Management, National University of Laos, from the July 28 to 31 this year. So, and I think this is going to be very excited conference. Please note that you have only, if you're interesting, please send the abstract of your paper to the organizer, to the professor in the email, Professor Kali, I think. Yeah, from in the email, because the full paper is going to be due on the July 1st. I think if you have the abstract and idea, I think it is very hurry up to submit it. And because we're going to share this information on so on to you by asking organizer to send information by the email so that you can see and you can link with the submission of the abstract. Okay, the organizer and hosting institute, we have the Songkun University is the organizer, leading by Professor Chung, very active and powerful president. And me, I'm going to be host in our Faculty of Economic and Business Management. And as you see that our faculty is located in Vientiane. We have quite beautiful campus. And yeah, we are the leading institute in terms of it. We are the first institute that teaching economic and business management in Laos. And that this is our university. Yeah, it is not so far from the central, from the city. It take about 30 minutes, if not much traffic jam. If have traffic jam, it is a little bit more than that. Yeah, here is our committee organizer, is the dean. I'm the dean, and we have also the vice dean, Vasana, who is going to be the lead, take a lead, helping us to organizing this conference. If you see this photo, is graduations photo that we have number of students. And here we're going to organizing in the, we have 5 departments. And in addition, we also have international course. We teaching in English in course on economics and business management. We also have the master and PhD program there. So yeah, that is a good place. Now maybe some of you might don't have chance to visit Laos. Laos is this very beautiful landlocked country in the middle in the Southeast Asia by sharing by border with Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia, and China. And we have very yeah, that here is this facility. We have quite big the lecture hall that we organizing many conference, and including we have in the past 4 or 5 Nobel Prize winner also came here to give the special lecture for us. And we also have the when we're going to do the parallel room, we also have the small room that good facility that you can enjoy. But as you see, the one of the when we come to conference, we have to thinking about sightseeing and where to go and what to eat, right? That it is one of important thing to attract more participants. As you see, Laos is a Buddhist country. We have many temple and we have really rich culture in traditionally, and the food and the drink is very good and very cheap if compared with Korea, I think, because now we have the problem with devaluation of the grip, so that's why it is good chance to come here and enjoy your stay in Laos. Yeah, so during the conference, we're going to do the city tour that this is we're going to organize by our faculty. And in addition, we also have another tour that can have go to the Wang Vieng. This is very beautiful place. It take about 1 hour by car from only 20 minutes by train. So you can come to visit Wang Vieng and enjoy very beautiful scenery and relaxing. And in addition, we also have the plan to organizing the tour in the Luang Prabang, the World Heritage Site. It's going to take about 2.5 hours by train and about 45 minutes by airplane to the World Heritage Site. Very peaceful and very beautiful place. So yeah, I really hope that you come to join our conference. I think Professor Chung is here, so let Professor Chung say something about our conference. Please, Professor.
Okay. I'm now in NUOL Vientiane to see the hotel and the venue, the conference. In addition to run this seminar, or 30-day seminar, or today is the first day. And when it comes to the April conference this summer, I guess it will be the first time to have the conference in Laos. And as far as the APRIA is concerned, the academic society need to grow its members and the region to cover, countries to include. So I actually insisted that the APRIA should go to some new places, not only for sightseeing, but also to grow its community. And also APRIA has a mission in its constitution to promote the risk management and insurance science to other countries or communities which haven't been covered Yeah. So that is why the APRIA chose to come to Laos. So I think it will be a very wonderful opportunity and experience for the visitors to the Laos. It will help the Lao tourism as well. And I think it will be a great chance to motivate risk management science in the Lao Republic. To my understanding, there are less than 10 universities in Laos which have no department or the program in the risk management. So it can be a good opportunity to Laos. Although there are insurance companies in Laos, but yeah, in my opinion. Okay. And as you see, the Dean Puppet is a great gentleman, and not only in academic science, but also in personality. He is a nice host to welcome everybody from all over the world. So please join us in APRIA meeting in July, at the end of July. Okay. As the president of APRIA, I will welcome also all of you in Laos, although it's not my country, but I'm very confident that it will be a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chong, for the speech. I really hope that many participants from many countries come to join us in this conference. I'm sure that you're going to not only enjoy the academic exchange knowledge, but also you enjoy the culture and sightseeing that, and that what I hope that you're going to have the great time. So Professor, now I think the floor have any question and comment, something to discuss before we close the session.
May I have ask you one question about your student portfolio in undergraduate program? According to your slide, you have much more female students in undergraduate program than male. Do you have any answer to explain why you have such a disproportionate structure of the student? Is
Yes,
yeah.
yes, Professor. Because in our faculty, I think this is the woman student is very more active than the man, and we have the more student than the man, and they are really very active. Yeah, because our faculty is about economic and business. Maybe the woman like a business loving to have more money rather than men. So that's right. This is the reason behind, but not exactly. But yeah, interesting. Maybe the same in the Thailand too, Dr. Tirapati.
Same in Thailand, is that right?
In business school in Chulalongkorn University, it's very similar. It's kind of 70% of the female, and for the male, they go to the engineering. Yeah, 70% to the business school.
70%. Right.
Yes, almost the same.
Very interesting.
So I think this is now we come to the end of the today afternoon session. I would like to thank you for the uh, presenter and the floor, and for the active participant and exchange the knowledge and idea related with the research. I think this is very important. I hope that next time we can have the high beach conference, so that we can meet the face-to-face thing. So I'm really looking forward to joining the next conference. Maybe it is going to organizing in some country, but yeah, definitely this is very interesting conference. Thank you so much, Professor Chong, for giving us opportunity. I hope to see you next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor
Thank you.
Chu.
I would like to
Thank you.
close this session
Go ahead.
and have a nice evening, nice day. Thank you.
ค่ะ
Thank you.
สวัสดีค่ะ
Bye.
Thank you very much
Thank you.